James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. And when a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our U-monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be a model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Hello and welcome to this new edition of Initiative Africa, the program that shines a spotlight on the women, men and projects shaping the continent's future. Today we focus on financial inclusion, and with our guest we dive into a system many of us know very well, tontines. Traditional savings groups deeply rooted across Africa. But first, here are the headlines of this edition. He wants to transform the way Africans save and open the door to investment across the continent. Trained in law and finance in Europe, this young Senegalese entrepreneur is launching a startup this year to modernize the tontine system. He's our guest today.
In practical terms, we connect tontines to financial markets through professional, regulated, and supervised asset managers. Our ambition is to allow tontine members to make their savings productive.
Improving financial inclusion without compromising customer security, a major new challenge for Africa's banking sector.
The biggest challenge we face is scammers. We are constantly looking for ways to avoid their traps. Banks often invite us to seminars to educate us on how scammers operate, such as sending fraudulent texts.
And finally, meeting the energy, agricultural and security challenges facing Africa. This is the ambition driving a new generation of engineering students in Douala.
I'm passionate about energy and in particular renewable energy, and the idea of creating a startup in this field which will help to exploit the hydrographic power of our country, more globally, of the sub-region and of the continent is something I'm looking forward to and which I will be proud of tomorrow.
Despite a more challenging funding environment, Africa's fintech sector continues to grow at a rapid pace. A recent report by the European Investment Bank highlights that this growth is largely driven by digital finance. Last year, Africa counted 1,263 companies operating in this segment compared to just 450 in 2020. Mobile networks offering financial services from accounts opening to deposits, withdrawals and loans now allow millions of users to manage their economic activities directly from their mobile phones, a boost for national economies, but also an opening for fraud. Tanzania provides a telling example of how technology can improve financial inclusion while raising new risks. For over 9 years, Ramdani Togolani has served as a bank agent, assisting more than 100 customers daily. He highlights how bank agencies have made it easier for people to access their money regardless of location.
The majority of our clients are government and private sector officials who receive their monthly payments between the 20th and 10th of each month. Business people, however, use our services daily. As a result, bank agency operations are especially busy during this period.
Togolani views financial inclusion as a gateway to employment opportunities, noting that many young people have found jobs in the financial sector. However, he acknowledges the persistent issue of fraud.
The biggest challenge we face is scammers. We are constantly looking for ways to avoid their traps. Banks often invite us to seminars to educate us on how scammers operate, such as sending fraudulent texts. Even the police send us alerts to keep us informed.
For customers like Tobias Musalu, bank agency services offer a sense of security. Before using these services, he stored his money at home in a small box where it was vulnerable.
I prefer using bank agents because my money always enter through banks. So if I have my bank account, it has been easy for withdraw my money anywhere. When I see the agencies, I use them to have my money in my hands mostly. That's why I prefer to use bank agents.
In contrast, Ms. Thekela Richard, a tailor for over 5 years, finds mobile money services more convenient because of their accessibility.
Since 5 years ago when I started my business, I've been using mobile phone transaction services because it is efficient and convenient for me. It's easy because the services are near wherever I am. I can get the services, and when you're dealing with money, you really need to have a proper way of storing the money and the proper way to actually do transaction formally for reference. So having my money stored within my home or my business place was risky because it's easy if anything happens like robbery or any other issue that may lead for me to lose my money. It's hard for me to track or to get the reference or to be able to get it back quickly.
Despite growing competition in the financial sector, Catherine Rutange, head of agency banking at CRDB Bank, sees demand continuing to rise. She believes the vision should extend beyond competition, ensuring all Tanzanians have access to affordable and reliable financial services. CRDB Bank is prioritizing rural areas where access to financial services is still limited.
When you are looking at rural areas, for us, we are following the cash corridors. So in rural area, there are certain economic activity that's happening on their day-to-day lives. So what we do, we are providing services that are going to allow us to engage and work with them and assist them to access those services that they do on a daily basis. Let's say most people from rural areas are agriculturists. So we went far ahead and create some accounts that will be catering for that particular segment of customers.
These free farms accounts have become increasingly popular in rural areas, reversing a long-standing lack of access to financial services. Enhancing financial inclusion in these regions could unlock significant opportunities. According to the 2022 Tanzania census, 40 million of the country's 61 million people live in rural areas. With mobile phone penetration at 83.66% in 2023, this well-connected rural population could be a key driver of Tanzania's economic development. Africans save on average 20% of their country's GDP. While many turn to mobile money applications, tontines remain the continent's preferred savings vehicle. Yet today, this traditional model is no longer fully suited to Africa's modern economic needs. To discuss this transformation, we met financial expert Emmanuel Turpin, who is launching the Tonti Capital platform this year. He explained to Laurent Soustras how he plans to mobilize African savings and turn them into a powerful lever for development. Emmanuel Turpin, hello. Welcome to Initiative Africa.
Bonjour.
Can you introduce Tonti Capital?
Tonti Capital
is a secure digital platform designed to transform tontines into collective investment vehicles.
en véhicules d'investissement collectif. Donc concrètement,
in practical terms, we connect tontines to financial markets through professional, regulated, and supervised asset managers. Our ambition is to allow tontine members to make their savings productive.
Rendre leur épargne productive.
There's the word tontine in Tonti Capital.
Tout à fait.
Can you remind us of the origin of tontines in Africa? Are they found across the entire continent?
Relativement, oui.
Relatively, yes. It is difficult to assign a precise origin to tontines, even though authorship is often attributed to Lorenzo Tonti in the 17th century. But clearly, tontines existed long before him. Let me give you a simple example. In villages in the past, after harvest season, families would set aside part of their crops in a shared granary. This was to prepare for hard times, such as drought, and also to help families who had poorer harvests. That is already a form of tontine. In reality, the tontine was not created out of nowhere. It appears wherever solidarity becomes necessary, wherever banks are absent, whenever communities organize collectively to solve problems. So giving an exact origin date is very difficult. What is certain is that it is an ancient mechanism that has endured over time and taken different forms across generations.
Are there regional differences?
Tout à fait, parce que
Absolutely. There are several types of tontines. The most common today is the rotating tontine. But there are tontines used to finance events, equipment, or specific projects. Some compensate their managers, others are free. Some operate with interest, others without. The configurations vary widely depending on the society. There are many different forms.
Voilà.
Originally, tontines were based on community solidarity. Later, they evolved into money tontines, a kind of rotating saving scheme, as you mentioned. What are the advantages and limitations?
Alors, l'avantage d'une tontine, c'est déjà l'accès.
The main advantage is immediate access to liquidity. By participating, you commit to receiving a fixed amount at a specific time. It is something you plan in advance. It helps solve short-term needs.
Vous avez préparé. L'avantage, c'est de pouvoir.
The tontine operates like a social algorithm. It is based on trust, reputation, dignity, and even shame if someone fails to pay. There may now be legal recourse in some cases, but because the mechanism is informal, unwritten, and untraceable, it creates legal uncertainty. That leads to the disadvantages. A tontine works well to finance education, buy land, or cover urgent expenses, but it does not allow scaling, unless participants contribute very large amounts, and the capital does not generate returns. One of the major limitations we observed is that Africa needs financing and resources. The capital exists, but it operates parallel to the formal financial system. So we needed a way to channel it and connect it to regulated markets.
De la canaliser et de la connecter au système financier formel pour pouvoir permettre non seulement aux membres de Tontine d'être inclus financièrement, parce que
Our goal is not to replace banks. We are an alternative to financial exclusion. Tontine members keep their habits. They retain liquidity for immediate needs. But they can invest part of their savings to generate returns, finance the real economy, and create tangible impact in their communities.
concret sur le développement de leur communauté.
So that is what you achieved with Tonte Capital. How does it work concretely?
On va pas entrer dans
Without going into technical details, since the platform is still under development, here is the basic principle. Imagine a rotating tontine with 10 members. Each contributes 100 euros. That creates a pot of 1,000 euros. Each member receives the full 1,000 euros in turn. That is the traditional system.
La première cotisation, elle est toujours investie, de sorte que quand vous recevez votre tour, vous recevez N-1. Donc,
With our model, the first contribution is invested. So when it is your turn, you receive N-1. You receive 900 euros. But the 100 euros you invested remains invested. You can track it on the platform. You can see where it is allocated, the return generated, and the impact created.
ça dépend quelle catégorie de fonds c'est, dans quel domaine c'est investi. Mais vous pouvez vous rendre compte que le secteur dans lequel il investit...
An investment fund can invest across many sectors, depending on its strategy. But you can choose impact sectors aligned with your values. You can see the real effect of your investment. The tontine becomes the investment vehicle. It moves from informal status to formal, even institutional status. It is already a financial product, but informal. We formalize it, giving it all the benefits and potential of modern finance. In the future, it could even lead to derivative products.
De sorte qu'on pourra même en faire demain des produits dérivés, quoi.
Are you seeking to boost your business in Africa and Europe? Increase your visibility with Business Frequency thanks to our network of national television channels in more than 40 countries. Every week, more than 100 broadcasts across Africa, the Indian Ocean and Europe. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Contact us now and put your brand into the spotlight.
Welcome to the second part of our program. Before returning to our guest Emmanuel Turpin, we take you inside the training of those preparing Africa's future. Between the strong momentum of startups and the opportunities created by the African Continental Free Trade Area, the continent needs an increasingly skilled workforce. But where and how are Africa engineers trained? This is a key question, including for European universities, which are expanding partnerships with African campuses. In Douala, Cameroon, our correspondent Maxime Faralbonia met with a group of young engineers determined to play a role in the renewable energy revolution. Take a look.
Kevin, a young engineering student majoring in general engineering in the international and innovation field, has been striving to tackle hunger in his country, Cameroon mainly, and also in Africa more generally. He and his classmate students at the UCAC Institute, the Catholic University of Central Africa, and the ICAM, group of French engineering schools, have just designed a drone with the capacity to boost the development of agriculture and hopefully do more.
Agribusiness is part of the culture of Cameroon today. It is the backbone of our economy, and using rural materials does not allow us to be productive and competitive in the market. Using a drone, for example, is a solution to bring more efficiency. We also thought that the drone would be suitable for taking pictures in different situations in case of disasters or other problems. You know, a piece of equipment that can go where a man cannot and provide us a global picture of the situation.
With at least 905 students spread over the Douala campus in Cameroon and Pointe-Noire, Congo for the past 21 years, the UCAC ICAM Institute, with the support of numerous partners in the CIMAC zone and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has been providing students with 5 years of professional training as general engineers who can intervene in most areas. Kevin, like Maela, a student in the same school specializing in process engineering, intend to fight against global warming at the origin of the climatic changes and upheavals that led to floods or droughts in Africa. For these young engineers, renewable energy, for example, can be part of the solution.
I'm passionate about energy and in particular renewable energy and the idea of creating a startup in this field which will help to exploit the hydrographic power of our country more globally, of the sub-region and of the continent is something I'm looking forward to and which I will be proud of tomorrow.
The world today is subject to many constraints, whether climatic or environmental. All this is due to global warming and the abusive use of fossil fuels. So our solutions are part of the ecological transition from fossil fuels to green energy. Why do we do this? To reduce our environmental impact, to reduce our CO2 production, to limit the greenhouse effect, and to be part of a sustainable development framework. Brian is another young engineer with big ambitions who works on cyber security. He plans to work on protecting data and information vital to protect the country's security.
It
is a question, especially in African context, of being able to secure our information here and not just exporting it abroad to secure it. We can do it ourselves here. What I want to bring is, first of all, my expertise to show that all these banks, which are here in Africa, can test the equipment. For example, we can just easily do it here locally without necessarily bringing in foreign consultants or deploying the application to the foreign services to test it. My objective is to set up a protocol made by us Africans to encrypt information, better so that a third party cannot read the communication.
The acquisition and integration of knowledge and skills also relies on the quality of grassroots training.
We teach our students to learn continuously. We give them the tools to be in a long life learning cycle, upskilling and moving up the ladder, particularly through active learning in the skill-based and project-based approaches. This allows them to be relatively autonomous in their learning processes, autonomous in their approach to problems and autonomous in resolving situations. We want our engineer to have the capacity to deploy themselves in all different disciplines, industrial, scientific and even technical. We must instill in our engineer the ability to be up to date in terms of hindsight on society and the need to which they can provide solutions and produce value.
Beyond the genius, the will and the determination sometimes inspired by the models, these young engineers will need more to impact the development of African countries efficiently.
The different political systems should be designed in such a way as to allow young people like us to become entrepreneurs. But we also need the confidence of the various financiers and banks to access adequate funding and confidence to promote our abilities, because among ourselves we know that we are competent and capable of doing and making Africa proud. But for that to happen, we need to be given the means, we need to be given the opportunity, and we need to be trusted.
90% of the young engineers trained at this school are successfully integrated into the professional world. The UCAC ITAM Institute does not content itself with only growing its African Leadership Factory, but also offers non-compulsory exchange semesters from the 4th year onwards in the ICAM France sites or their partner universities worldwide. These young engineers generally work in their home countries. Some of them continue with a specialized master's or MBA to develop a specific skill abroad before returning home, while a small number prefer to start their professional career internationally.
We now return to our guest, Emmanuel Chopin, co-founder of Tonti Capital, who tells us how he came to combine law and finance in his professional journey. Let's listen to him. Emmanuel Chopin, today you are a lawyer in Luxembourg, but you are Senegalese and you studied in St. Louis. When did you first become interested in law and finance?
Je dois dire que j'ai atterri dans le droit un peu par hasard.
I must admit I entered law somewhat by chance. We receive strong academic training, but when it comes to university orientation, things can become unclear. After high school, I wanted to study in France, but lacked financial means.
J'ai rencontré M. Amadou Diao, qui était à l'époque le président du groupe ISM, qui est une business school.
I met Mr. Hamoudou Dao, then president of ISM Group, a leading business school in West Africa. He encouraged me to enroll. After passing the entrance exam, I obtained a 3-year scholarship and completed a degree in business law and management, alongside a private law degree in partnership with the University of Toulouse.
Partenariat avec l'Université de Toulouse. Donc, ayant réussi cette licence, j'ai atterri à Toulouse, mais je ne savais toujours pas ce que...
After graduating, I moved to Toulouse, still unsure about my career path. During my master's program, I took a financial law course with Professor Julien Théron. That was the turning point. I immediately knew this was what I wanted to do. I then applied to a master's program in finance, project finance, and structured finance at the University of Nanterre. At the time, I did not necessarily plan to become a lawyer, but my studies opened my eyes to the global financial system, especially in Africa, and to products we use daily, but whose potential we do not fully exploit.
Notamment sur des produits sur lesquels on devrait travailler parce qu'ils existent, nous les pratiquons tous les jours, mais nous n'en exploitons pas le potentiel. Et donc aujourd'hui, on est dans un environnement où quand on veut faire de la création...
Today, financial innovation is heavily regulated. Africa has specific development needs. To address them, we need flexibility in designing solutions. Developed countries had that flexibility in the past, sometimes learning through crisis. African financial professionals now face the challenge of innovating within a stricter framework.
Cracher pour pouvoir trouver des solutions pour maintenant réglementer et éviter que ça ne se reproduise plus. Donc c'est particulièrement challenging pour les financiers africains, mais il faudrait qu'ils s'y penchent et qu'ils puissent trouver des solutions adaptées, quoi, tout simplement.
When you arrived in Luxembourg, did that help you adapt the Tontine to modern finance?
Tout à fait. Arrivé au Luxembourg, je travaille sur des fonds d'investissement.
Absolutely. In Luxembourg, I work on investment funds. I specialize in funds designed for retail investors, ordinary individuals, not large institutions.
Personnes comme vous et moi, des particuliers. La finance étant très réglementée, en fonction du type d'investisseur, il y a des règles spécifiques qui s'appliquent.
Financial regulation varies depending on the investor profile. Working with retail structures created natural bridges with tontines, since they are also used by individuals.
Pour les particuliers et qu'on regarde la structure des tontines, l'enjeu était de trouver une façon.
By comparing the structure of regulated funds and tontines, the objective became clear: to allow tontine members to become investors in regulated vehicles already suited to their profile. Luxembourg gave me clarity on the legal compliance required to build that bridge.
Qu'il faut avoir du point de vue juridique pour pouvoir atteindre notre objectif de connexion.
From Luxembourg, what gaps do you observe in African finance?
La lacune principale que je vais citer, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, les étudiants africains connaissent très bien les produits structurés, dérivés américains, les obligations d'État européennes, les structures luxembourgeoises, mais
One major gap is that African students know American derivatives, European sovereign bonds, Luxembourg fund structures, but few study African financial products, like the tontine. That is problematic. Very few financial professionals have examined its intrinsic potential, how it works, or how to modernize it.
De ce produit, sur comment il fonctionne et comment on pourrait le moderniser, l'adapter, c'est qu'on a un réel problème. L'autre point, c'est que quand vous voyez comment les États empruntent au niveau des investisseurs internationaux, que ce soit sur le marché des eurobonds ou au niveau des institutions internationales comme le FMI, alors que vous voyez qu'il y a une économie parallèle avec des mécanismes comme les tontines, vous vous posez également des questions.
Another issue concerns sovereign borrowing. African states issue Eurobonds or borrow from institutions like the IMF, while a parallel domestic capital system exists. Africa does not lack capital, it lacks structuring. The real challenge is how to structure domestic capital and connect it to modern finance that would strengthen negotiation power and help finance the real economy more effectively.
Plus d'assises financières pour financer l'économie réelle de notre continent, quoi.
What differentiates you from the other digital tontines?
Alors, deux choses. La première, c'est que des tontines digitales classiques.
Two things. First, many digital tontines already exist, such as Money Fellows, Motontini, or Circle in France. But to our knowledge, none are connected to financial markets.
Aucun projet, aucune tontine digitale qui soit connecté au marché financier. Donc, notre objectif est de permettre justement à la tontine de prendre...
Our objective is to elevate the tontine and make the connection with capital markets obvious. Savings remain secure, but part of the savings is invested. That changes everything. It brings depth to our financial markets. A few years ago, the BOVM celebrated a market capitalization of 10,000 billion CFA francs, roughly 15 billion euros. That is about the size of a single Luxembourg fund.
Et ont besoin de profondeur. Sans cette profondeur, les sociétés ne vont pas se coter suffisamment parce qu'elles n'auront pas forcément d'intérêt à le faire. Sans cette profondeur, on ne peut pas vraiment développer de produits.
Our markets are small. They need depth. Without depth, companies hesitate to list. Without depth, derivatives cannot develop. Without depth, sovereign bonds are mostly purchased by institutions, not individuals. Creating depth allows retail investors to participate. We simply need to change the way formal finance views African financial products. We must modernize them, adapt them, and allow them to scale.
De prendre plus d'altitude, quoi, tout simplement.
And that's all for this edition of Initiative Africa. You can find Emmanuel Turpin's full interview along with all our programs on our website, africaonair.com, and across our social media platforms. Don't forget to share, like, and comment using the hashtag Initiative Africa. And join us next week, same time on the channel, for a new episode of Business Africa. Have a great week, and until next time, goodbye.
Hello and welcome to another enlightening edition of The Teacher, the program where we celebrate teachers, examine the issues shaping the future of education in Nigeria and beyond. I am Philip Yang. Education thrives in an environment of safety, stability, and trust. But across Nigeria, many schools are increasingly becoming targets of insecurity, from the abduction of students and teachers to attacks on school communities. the learning environment has come under serious threat. While governments continue to introduce policies and security initiatives, many stakeholders believe that political interference, delayed responses, inadequate funding, and poor implementation have weakened efforts to secure schools. Today, we examine the topic, security versus political interference, a major challenge facing Nigerian schools. We'll celebrate an outstanding educator in our Teacher of the Week segment, bring you a compelling documentary feature on school security challenges, and later engage with our guest in a critical discussion on what must be done to safeguard Nigerian schools. Stay with us. Today's Teacher of the Week is Mr. Kingsley Kelechi Ekpe, Vice Principal Admin, Daitams International School, Rivers State.
My destiny. I've been a teacher for about 15 years. Okay, my motivation is that, when you see the young ones, okay, being as if they are lost and they need something to fill in that gap, that space, and that's learning. So I see myself, being in a position to fill that gap. I've learned so many things, how to do so many things, how to be able to, adapt to situations, especially when it's overwhelming, how to manage people, the students and the teachers as well. So it has been, a wonderful experience. Now, personally, it has molded me to know that there's how to relate with people. Interpersonal relationship is a very great virtue that I've learned in this system. My most fulfilling moment as a teacher is when I see students moving from I don't get it to I understand now. As a teacher, there are challenges, of no doubt. But I think one of the first steps to overcome those challenges is to be able to have a different perspective, a different mindset. Can you feel that you are called into a vocation, okay, and doing it with your heart, okay, is what will make you to go ahead. That will be your drive. How to stay motivated despite the challenges is to remain focused, okay, and do what you're doing, because you know that at the end, all the work, all the efforts you've put in, you see them speaking, not necessarily for the children to remember you in the future by giving you something, but to remember that someone has impacted their lives.
He's a very good teacher, very interactive with his students, and I'm actually very happy that we are celebrating him because he needs more recognition.
What makes Mr. Ekpe different from other teachers is his ability to communicate and converse with his students, both as friends and as teachers as well. Mr. Ekpe has helped me to improve academically in the ways of advising me on how to behave in class with decorum, respect, and to obey teachers.
Mr. Ekpe is calm, he's humble, and he's a person that listens. Working with him has become so easy because he has a way of interacting with teachers and he's able to coordinate the teachers very well such that the work goes on seamlessly.
He's loving, he's jovial, he's a fantastic leader. He's a people's person. He carries everybody along and he makes sure that the work is done.
For the period he has fielded these children into WAEC and NECO, they have come out excellent. That is professional. Then otherwise, he is a humble, dedicated, respectful teacher.
At a time when many educators face insecurity, inadequate resources, and challenging working conditions, teachers like Mr. Kingsley Kelechi Ekpe reminds us that the future of our nation is still being shaped by committed professionals in our classrooms. On behalf of the teacher, we say thank you for your service and congratulations on being our Teacher of the Week. For millions of Nigerian children, school should be a place of learning, growth, and opportunity. But for many families today, sending a child to school has become an act of faith. Next is our documentary feature on school security challenges.
For many Nigerian parents, the simple act of sending a child to school has become a daily exercise in faith. Schools, once seen as safe havens for learning and development, are increasingly becoming targets of kidnappers, terrorists, and criminal gangs. The crisis is no longer limited to one region. It is spreading. On May 15, 2026, Nigeria witnessed 2 shocking school abductions on the same day. In Borno State, armed attackers stormed Musa Primary and Junior Secondary School in Askira Oba and abducted dozens of pupils during school hours. Reports indicated that about 42 children were taken, some directly from classrooms and others from nearby homes. Weeks later, many families were still waiting for answers. That same day in Oyo State, gunmen disguised as security personnel attacked 3 schools in Orire local government area, abducting 39 students and 7 teachers. Tragically, 1 teacher was killed during the attack, while another was later reportedly beheaded in captivity. These incidents have sent shockwaves across the nation, demonstrating that school insecurity is no longer a northern problem alone. Yet, these are only the latest entries in a painful national record. In 2014, the world watched in horror as 276 girls were abducted from Government Girls Secondary School, Chibok, in Borno State. More than a decade later, some of those girls still remain unaccounted for. In 2018, 110 schoolgirls were kidnapped from Dapchi in Yobe State. Although most were eventually released, 1 girl, Leah Sharibu, remains in captivity years later. Since then, attacks have continued across Kaduna, Katsina, Niger, Zamfara, Kebbi, and other states. According to reports, at least 1,900 students have been kidnapped from schools across Nigeria since the Chibok tragedy. The consequences go beyond the victims. Fear has forced some schools to close. Enrollment has declined in vulnerable communities. Teachers increasingly reject postings to rural areas, while parents struggle with the anxiety of whether their children will return home safely each day. Despite government promises, security initiatives, and budgetary allocations, many schools still lack perimeter fencing, surveillance systems, trained security personnel, and effective emergency response plans. Communities continue to ask difficult questions about accountability, implementation, and whether politics is standing in the way of effective security decisions. Education cannot thrive where fear reigns. If Nigeria is to secure its future, it must first secure its schools, because every child deserves to learn without fear, and every teacher deserves to teach without looking over their shoulder. This is not just a security challenge, it is a national emergency.
Welcome back. Following that insightful documentary, we now turn to our guest, Dr. Thomas Adejo Yusuf, who specializes in public policy and decentralized governance. A lecturer with the Department of Public Administration, Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayingba, Kogi State, to help us unpack the growing concerns surrounding school security and the impact of political interference on the efforts to protect learners and educators. You're welcome to the teacher, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with you to serve as a guest on this program.
Thank you. So, as we know, Nigeria has been plagued with a lot of insecurity concerning schools in many parts of the country. The most recent and most shocking is the recent kidnapping of children and teachers in Oyo State. So tell me, to what extent has political interference, poor governance, or lack of political will contributed to the continued vulnerability of schools despite repeated security warnings?
Thank you very much for posing that question. When we talk about security, we look at security in so many angles. It is a diverse issue. We talk about physical security, and we equally talk about there is a psychological security. The state of being safe, prevented from any harm, the state of being safe, that is what security means, it implies. And if we talk about the vulnerability of security issues as it relates to our schools in Nigeria of these days, you discover that it has really rendered our schools in a panic situation. The schools are no longer safe. The recent cases of Oyo, that of most recently also was one that happened around Karanamoda in Zamfara State. We had it. And just as of today as well, we equally had it that those state government has issued an ultimatum that there should be closure of schools because of the threatening issues of security. So we are not finding it easy in this country. Even the teachers who are supposed to be at the front burner of teaching and learning are not finding things easy. They are taking things in fear, total fear. The students, the pupils as well. A lot of students, a lot of pupils have not given into education again because there is this threat that education is no longer becoming a business as usual, or it has become a threat even to their life rather than being a positive part of their life that can make them grow and acquire knowledge. The environment has been rendered so vulnerable to insecurity. Security issues are on threat.
Wow.
Actually.
Wow. See, as educators, this is something that really bothers down to the heart. Seeing, are we saying that schools cannot be protected, or the government have no ability to protect schools? Is that what we are saying?
Thank you very much. Also, we are not saying that schools cannot be protected. Schools can actually be protected. The issue of insecurity dates back for more than 4 or 5 decades. It is not today that we are having the issue of insecurity. They can be protected actually, but the major issue is that the rudiments of bringing in the protection that students and pupils and even the teachers deserve, have they been put in place? One of such issues is the politicization of academic activities. Anything that has to do with academic, anything that has to do with the schools, it has been politicized in recent times, and we have not been finding it easy. In the academia, you don't see people that are most qualified taking positions any longer. It is on who you know syndrome, on who you know in the society that has the ability to bring you in. The most credible people have not been placed in the right positions to manage the insecurity problems that we're having in our Nigerian schools. That is one contending issue.
All right. Just like you just mentioned, Edo State shutting down schools. Several government interventions have been announced over the years to secure schools, but yet these attacks still continue. They continue now almost on a weekly basis. Where are the gaps What policies, what needs to be on ground to ensure these schools are protected?
Thank you very much. Also, there are a lot of policies that can be put in place. Not until today, there is a federal government policy on the safety, national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools that was implemented by the federal government. This policy is it has guidelines that is meant to keep the schools safe. If the policies have been actually integrated into the system, we will have a safer school. But the inability of government to implement these policies to the latter has actually affected our Nigerian schools today, and we are not finding it easy. If you come to think of it also, you discover that we spoke about politicization of positions in the school. Those that are the helm of affairs, security operatives that are supposed to, those who are experts in security issues, have not been rightly placed.
Okay, so you are saying the policies are there.
The policies
so
are actually
is the
there.
implementation
The implementation
not,
is the
then
problem.
who should be held responsible?
Well, the issue of security, you cannot hold one person accountable. When we talk about security, we are talking about you and I who are involved in this security issue. Because the first step to security starts from your doorstep. If you remember, we have the Know Your Neighbor policy that is always around. You cannot just wake up in the morning without knowing who is your neighbor and who is not your neighbor. Try to know, they say, if you see something, say something. Try to know who your neighbor is. That is the first step to security. All hands must be on deck. Both parents, both teachers, critical stakeholders, and government should come to the round table to make sure that this issue of insecurity in our Nigerian schools is actually handled.
All right. So many school administrators still complain that security concerns raised at local level or are basically ignored. We had the case of where they said security information went to a school, but security was pulled out. You understand? So how can school leaders, teachers, and communities be empowered to make urgent security decisions without being hindered by bureaucracy in the government sector?
Okay. The issue of security operatives, people going to meddle in security activities and being not accepted or not given the room to play their major part in security issues, we cannot totally say it is out of place. No, as stakeholders in security issues, you use the school management boards, you use the PTA by passing formal resolutions. When you use the PTA, you bring these formal resolutions to board. If security issues are handled with utmost connectivity and utmost urgency. Thank you. When the utmost urgency is there, everybody will want to partake in security issues.
We know that everyone now is afraid of kidnapping.
Sure.
Schools are being forced to shut down. Every student enrollment has reduced. The economy is getting harder. What impact has this insecurity going to cause in the long-term run in terms of students' enrollment, in terms of learning, in terms of our youths and our children?
In the long run, we may not get it smiling at all because student enrollment is actually diminishing by the day. Parents are afraid to enroll their pupils who are already qualified to be in schools. For instance, if you look at enrolling someone for a pre-nursery school now, many parents are not comfortable with that again. And it has reduced the level of enrollment at the nursery level. Then, if you even think of taking students to tertiary institutions as well, you will notice that there are some areas, some states at the disadvantageous side. They no longer have pupils. They no longer have students in their schools. For example, I was discussing with a friend who said in one of the universities in the northeastern part of the country that the students' population has reduced drastically to just 1,000. Wow. Not more than 1,000. That before they used to have up to 15,000 students, but with the present insecurity situation, we are not getting it right at all. And the way it is going, we might, in the long run, we might lack experts in various fields of studies.
Wow. So, to tell me, if Nigeria is really serious about ending the attacks on schools and achieving uninterrupted learning for every child, what immediate steps needs to be taken to ensure this? Within like the next 12 months, what do we need to do right now to ensure that schools are secured and children can return back to schools?
Well, if Nigeria must attain fully the security issues to ensure that we have a safer environment in Nigeria, Nigeria must fully fund and enforce national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools. That policy must be implemented fully. And also, the schools, the governance of the schools should be deviated from political interference. It means there should be a clear-cut demarcation between security issues and politics.
Well, sir, all I can say is thank you for your time, and we appreciate your insights into this program, and we hope to have you another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
As we conclude today's program, one message stands out clearly. Education cannot flourish where fear exists. Every child deserves to learn in safety. Every teacher deserves to work in an environment free from threats and intimidation. And every parent deserves the confidence that their children will return home safely after school. School security must never be treated as a political issue. It is a national responsibility and a fundamental investment in Nigeria's future. The challenge before us is not simply to react after attacks occur, but to build systems that prevent them from ever happening in the first place. We therefore call on governments at all levels, security agencies, community leaders, school management, parents, and civil society organizations to work together to create a safer learning environment across the country. Because when schools are secure, learning continues. When learning continues, communities prosper. And when education thrives, the nation grows. Thank you for watching The Teacher. I am Ian Philip. Join us again next week as we bring you another important conversation shaping the future of education in Nigeria. Goodbye and stay safe.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewelry.
Therefore, armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies into varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering
Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ganier also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety. But in the final analysis, as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy. I am Nancy Naju. This morning, we're tracking three developments that cut across Nigeria's financial system, capital markets, as well as governance. First, the Central Bank of Nigeria has lifted one of the conditions around banks' access to its discount window by lifting restrictions on the use of foreign exchange bonds and collateral. The bigger question is what this means for bank liquidity, FX management, and the central bank's role as lender of last resort. Is this simply a technical adjustment or a signal of a more flexible approach to liquidity management as the banking system adapts to the post-reform environment? We'll be getting the market's view on this from Rebecca Ikoli Okuridono, a chief dealer, Parlex Bank Limited. Second, the Securities and Exchange Commission yesterday has fixed a 5 p.m. deadline for T+1 settlement of equities and commodity transactions, another important step in Nigeria's move towards faster, more efficient capital market settlement. T+1 means investors should no longer have to wait 2 business days for a trade to settle. But behind that simple change is a bigger test. Are brokers, custodians, clearing systems, and investors ready to move at the speed of the new market structure demands? And what does this mean for market liquidity, investor confidence, and Nigeria competitiveness as an investment destination? I'll be discussing that with Dr. Ayodeji Ebo, Chief Executive Officer at NBU Capital Limited. And third, we return to a governance nightmare that has raised serious questions about the integrity of government systems, the fake agency scandal, and the integrity of government itself. The fake agency scandal has become much bigger than the story of one man allegedly pretending to be a government official. Adeni Adeyemi Matthew presented himself as Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, an entity the presidency has repeatedly said does not legally exist. Yet, this was not an operation run from a bedroom or a social media account. The presidency says the allegedly fictitious agency operated from the office or at the from an office at the Federal Secretariat here in Abuja for about 2 years. There were claims of meetings with foreigners and government officials, requests for diplomatic support, and forged a document purportedly carrying official signatures and seals. And then comes the question that has made this scandal particularly disturbing. How does an agency that the presidency says never existed end up inside the national budget? The 2026 appropriation document contained an entity described as the Presidential Economic Advisory Council, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, with an allocation of about 1.3 billion naira. And that allocation was broken down into about 803 million naira for personnel, 200 million naira for overhead, and 300 million naira for capital expenditure. Now, the Budget Office and ICPC have said that no government money was actually released or spent. But that does not make the budget entry irrelevant, because the bigger question is not just where the 1.3 billion naira went. The bigger question is, how did a non-existent agency get far enough into the appropriation process to receive a budget code and a line item in the first place? And there's another layer to this. The House of Reps, of course, opened a probe into how the disputed agency was established and how it found its way into the 2026 budget. The IPC has also finished the investigation, submitted its report to President Tinubu, and told us how the entity operated from within the Federal Secretariat, and has questioned the President Chief of Staff, of course, as part of his investigation. So this is no longer just about Adeyemi Matthew. It is about the checks and balances within the civil service. It is about who verifies the legal existence of an agency before it gets office space, who authorizes its officials, who checks the documents, who validates its budget code, and how many people or systems had to look the other way, or perhaps make an error, or simply fail to check before this could happen. Because if one person can create a fictional government identity, access government space, and appear in any official documents, budget document, then the problem is bigger than the person at the center of this scandal. It is a system problem, and that is the conversation we'll be having also this morning with Eze Onyekwe, a lead director, Center for Social Justice. So Three stories this morning: banking, liquidity, capital market efficiency and governance, as well as accountability. God help me, but you know that with these three different stories, one central question: are institutions moving fast enough, and are the safeguards strong enough to protect the systems that manage Nigerians' money and public resources? So don't let this conversation end when the show does. Follow us everywhere on social media, and if you want the full breakdown at your own pace, hit the subscribe button on Moneyline with Nancy TV on YouTube and turn on that bell so you can never miss a conversation that matters. And if you missed us live this morning, no stress at all. Catch the full replay at 1 a.m. That's a Friday morning. What's tonight? Yes, 1 a.m. Friday morning. Oh, let's take you through the first story. The Central Bank of Nigeria has eased access to its standing lending facility and removed restrictions linked to participation in primary government securities. The changes were announced in a circular issued in Abuja by Woke Omano, Acting Director of the Financial Markets Department. The CBN has also lifted the suspension on tenor-based repo operations and broadened participation in open market operations. Let's get started with our first guest. Come with me to the wall, to the video wall here, and Rebecca Ikoli Okulion, Chief Dealer at Paralex Bank Limited, is joining me right here. Hello, Rebecca. Good morning to you.
Nancy, very nice to be here.
Yeah,
you're doing this.
Very well, thank you. Let me start with a big picture, Rebecca. Why should the average bank customer or investor, on hearing this news yesterday evening on the CBN removing this restriction on banks accessing the standing lending facility, that's the SLF, after participating in FX transactions or primary government securities auctions, why should an average bank customer or investor care about this? And perhaps if we can also explain what the SLF is. We shouldn't take that our audience understands all the technical jargons. Yes.
All right. Okay, so prior to now, I'll just try to explain how the system has worked.
Yes.
Right. SLF is standing lending. There's also something called SDF, which is standing deposits facility. Before the circular, right, the MPC was at 26.5%. And so if you give money to the CBN, which is at the end of the day standing deposit facility, the CBN will pay you interest per day of 22%. But if you lend for them, right, that you take money from CBN, which is the SLM, you pay an interest of 27%. So the metric corridor between their MPR rate was about minus 50, right, and plus 450. So means 22% on SDF, right, and 27% plus 50. That's 27% and 22% on SDF. So this means that the CBN will collect more money from you, right, when you lend from them. And then when you give money to them, they will just pay 22%. So this is how it has been for now. So prior to now, as at 2019, the CBN stopped individuals, retail, corporates from accessing the OMO. OMO is what? Open market operation. Is a monetary instrument that the CBN uses every now and then to control liquidity supply in the market. And at this period, we've been very afloat with liquidity, especially since the recapitalization. There's been a lot of money in the system, right? So the CBN comes into the market with their open market operation just to manage liquidity by using that bill being sold to mop up liquidity from the market. But before now, it was only the banks and FPIs that can access it. So there are just two people that can access the window, just banks and the foreign portfolio investors, right? So every other person, you and I, retailers, individuals, corporate, financial institutions, we are all restricted to just buying NTB, which is Nigerian Treasury bills, or buying federal government bonds or commercial paper, as the case may be, right? Our investment portfolio wasn't diversified, right? And then if you're looking for truly short-term securities, that means you're stuck with just NTB, because bonds are like over a year, but NTB is just within now and a year. right? So now that the CBN has come and said, okay, now I want everybody to be able to participate in OMO. This only means that now we as individuals and retailers, we have access to more diversified portfolio. And now it's the same thing. They are all short-term securities. OMO is also issued from 1 to 362 days. Nigerian Treasury bills is issued from 1 to 364 days. Right, they are both short-term securities. So it means that I have two options, right? The only conversation here will now be competition on rates, right? So I'm going to buy the bill that gives me the higher rates as an individual. Since they are both short-term instruments, they both qualify for liquidity ratio on my books. I'd rather just go for the bill that has the higher rates. And the Nigerian Treasury bill auction closed yesterday, and you could see that the 91-day closed at 16.3, 182 days closed at 16.5, and 1 year closed at 17.5. Okay. And immediately after the circular, CBN now sent out their own auction notice that we're having auction today. In fact, the auction is currently ongoing as we speak because it's supposed to hold from 10 to 10:30. So that's the signal to the market to say, oh, if you didn't get good rates at maybe the NCB auction that happened yesterday, come to the OMO auction space today and come and bid at your rates. The only difference between the OMO and NCB per se is that with the NCB, I mean, you have opportunity to stagger your bids. So I can bid from like 17 to 18, but with the OMO, CBN is just bid at one rate. So it's a make or mar bid. So it's either you get it or you
don't get it.
Exactly.
Okay, well, that's
yes. The OMO bill has been given out as high as 20.1%. On 130 days, 140 days, and 180 days NCB just closes at 16.5. So if I'm an investor, I will go and buy 140 days OMO bills at 20%. Rather than buying NCB at 16%. Okay. It just makes no sense.
Okay. Do you think that the Central Bank of Nigeria is trying to solve the problem with this guideline? Do you think there's a problem? Yeah.
Yes, I think the Central Bank of Nigeria is creating flexibility for everybody to be able to access the financial markets. Okay. Because even before they invited individuals to participate, the banks and FPIs have been participating. And the FPIs have
what do you mean by individuals? Rebecca, what do you mean by individuals? Individuals participating through their banks, right?
Yes, through their banks. Through their banks. Even for NCB, individuals participate through their banks. So everything through the banks. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes. So land on your point as to what problem the CBN is trying to solve. Just liquidity access to everyone?
Yes. I think the CBN is trying to encourage a flexible investment opportunity for everyone to be able to access all the investment scheme available in the financial markets. Mm-hmm. I think it's also opportunity for more liquidity because prior to now, when we go for these auctions like NCB and bond auctions, we can't access the ILF and SLF window, right? So you have to go and take money in the market to fund all of your bids, right? But now CBN is saying, if you go for auction, which is my own auction, right? Because CBN are the ones that go for the ones that do the auction, even if it's on behalf of DMO through FGM bonds, but they are the ones that auction all those bonds and bills, and they are saying, come and borrow money from me to buy what I'm selling to you. So it means that they are creating an enabling environment for the banks so that there are no hindrances and there are no obstacles. You don't have any excuse or any reason not to try.
Okay. Definitely from what you said now, don't you think that removing that restriction creates like a moral hazard concern that banks might become less conservative about liquidity because they know the central bank's window remains available?
Yes, but even assessing the central bank window, SLF is at 27%. Interbank is at 22%. Okay. So you're already borrowing at 500 basis points ahead of the market. Mm-hmm. So normally, even within your bank, your risk guys and every other person that checkmates all these money market guys, there's no reason they will constantly want you to be borrowing at high interest rates. Now you can manage your liquidity and stay within the buffer of the interbank. So you only should be in that window when you do not have a choice at all. But there are sometimes when you're expecting money, you're expecting to make some payments, and then maybe your customer defaults on you, that throws you into that CBN window, right? So now they're saying, okay, when it throws you into the window, even when it's not supposed to throw you into the window on those auction days, there's no issue, your bid won't be cancelled. Because before, when you're thrown into that window, your bid gets cancelled automatically for coming into that window on auction settlement day. But now that they've agreed with it, it means that nobody bids get cancelled. You just fund and then you move on. So it's just really an enabling environment, no hindrances, no obstacles, no restrictions for banks to thrive.
Okay, so Rebecca, even from your tone, it seems that the market is happy about this. You guys are,
We are very excited. We had a meeting with CBN earlier this week. That was on Tuesday. And even when the acting director that issued a circular announced, we all gave a standing ovation and we clapped for him because it was something that was needed. We really needed that diversity of portfolio in the market, and they've broken the barrier. So now everyone has access. Okay. There's more investment buckets to participate.
Okay, so from a dealer's perspective, because you're the chief dealer at Paralex Bank, from a dealer's perspective, how does this change or alter the way a bank manages its intraday or short-term liquidity?
Okay, so prior to now, we only go for you go for bids and you try to make sure that you fund all your bids by yourself. Either you're getting deposits from your customers or you're getting deposits from Interbank. CBN introduced a tenor repo placement. I'm sure you saw it on the circular. What they are saying is that if you look at your liquidity as a bank and then you see that, I won't be able to have access to funds in the next 4 to 90 days, come to me, come to my portal, click on it. I want to borrow money for 4 days, for 5 days, for 6 days, for 7 days. We will give you money at 27%. Okay. It means that I can take my books, I can manage my liquidity the way I want to manage it. And even if there are now issues where there's a bit of deficit or I can't be able to cover up, I know that truly now the CBN is fulfilling that definition of lender of last resource for me. I won't be stranded. I can go to the CBN window and access liquidity. So I'm never going to default on any of my clients. So we're good to go.
So finally, what do you think will change? Perhaps if you're looking at this in the next few weeks as a result of this policy change, perhaps interbank rates, FX, liquidity, bond yields, or something else, what should we be watching over the next few weeks as a result of this policy change? Finally, in 30 seconds, yes.
So I can say that this has put DMO in competition with the CBN because if you issue a bill yesterday at 17.59 and the result of auction comes today and it's higher at maybe 20 or 19, so for the 140 days that's competing for the 180 days, investors will all move towards where to favor them, right? At the end of the day, NCB and OMOBOs will converge in the middle. They might find a middle rate, maybe 18, maybe 19, but it will be something that will be more favorable to we the investors, right? Higher than where it was at 17 levels. For the FX was trading as high as 1365 before the announcement. As I yesterday, rate was 1361 in the NAFEM market. It means that people are selling out their dollars and buying Naira to participate in this OMO investment because it's happening today. So they can be able to access higher yield now, the Naira leg, so they are selling out. So we are seeing that there's more FX appreciation for Naira because of this news. So overall, this has helped to manage liquidity, effective liquidity management. You are never stranded. When you converge for treasury bills, FX will do better and bonds used to also do better.
Very much, Rebecca, for speaking with us. Let's hope to speak soon. Thank you very much for your insight.
Okay.
All right. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has set a 5 p.m. deadline on the first business day after a transaction as the deadline for settling equities and commodities traded through the Central Securities System, Securities Clearing System, so many acronyms, CICS. In a circular issued in Abuja on Wednesday, the SEC said market operators must ensure full payment by T+1 deadline, which is 5 p.m., while defaults will be handled under CSCS rules. Dr. Ayodeji Ebo joins me now. He's the Chief Executive Officer at MDU Capital Limited. Hello, Dr. Aya. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Nancy. Great to be here.
It's a potpourri of so many issues. I said at the beginning of the program, God help me, keeping pace with everything that is just happening, So now coming to the capital market, let's strip away the technical language a bit. What does SEC's 5 p.m. T+1 settlement deadline actually change for an investor buying or selling shares on the Nigerian market today?
Okay, thank you very much. So if I will step back, the policy of what we call the T+1, which is the transaction, the day you perform your transaction, rather, plus a day, which means that when you sell your shares today, by tomorrow, latest by 5 p.m., you should receive value in your account. If you are on direct cash settlement, those that opt out of funding their stock account. So in the market, you have two options. Either your stockbroker is credited, which invariably also credits your own wallet, or your bank account is credited directly by the CSCS, which we call direct cash settlement. So if we look back, this new policy of T+1 was put into operation, I think in June, rather.
In June, right?
Yeah, in June. And what we have seen is that it has helped resolve some of the issues we normally have in the market before, because for most young retail investors, they can't phantom. If you look at where we're coming from a T+3 less than 2 years ago, now to T+1, it means that you have immediate access to your funds more quickly. And what the circular has now done is to provide clarity and a deadline. You know, there are a lot of stakeholders within these buckets. You have the traders, you have the custodians, the exchange, CSCS. All these market players now know that if you don't meet up with the 5 p.m., that is 5 p.m. the next day, you have defaulted based on the agreement.
And there's a sanction.
Yes, and the fractions and penalties can be triggered. So I feel that maybe the SEC, which is the Securities and Exchange Commission, have seen that maybe there are a bit of back operational challenges, I'll put it that way, and to provide clarity across board. So the custodian can reach out to whether it's the PFA that should fund that this is the deadline, and if you don't meet up with that deadline, you have defaulted. You know, our market, there's what we call delivery versus payment, which means that when you buy your shares, and it means that there's cash that one needs to settle, that needs to exchange and on the T+1, which is the next day. So I would say that this is really a positive development. It's providing more clarity, while it means that operational wise, we have to tighten the operations part of it. You know, when you look at the foreign portfolio investors, for instance, now have less days to settle, but that doesn't mean that they have to pre-fund. You can look at the different platforms that works for you, because they have to convert dollars to naira also to fund. But these are things that are workable within the ambit of what is also available in Nigeria. So I would say that it's really a positive one even for the retail investors, because you know that within the next day at 5 p.m. latest, you should be able to have access to your funds.
Okay, Dr. Oyo, what happens, for example, when an investor sells today, but the corresponding funds, the documentation, the settlement instructions are not ready by 5 p.m. the following business day? Where does that pressure ultimately fall? For reasons, you understand what I'm saying? It's anything can happen. You may I may not see
the pressure will be on the broker and yes, because for most clients, retail clients, accounts are funded before transactions are permitted. It's only for likes of PFA, foreign portfolio investors, most times, and maybe some HNIs that needs that you perform transaction, you execute for them, and you advise them of the total transaction cost before they fund. But for most retail investors, they have nothing to fear. It still continues because you always fund before trades are executed. So if there's a default, it means that maybe for the stockbroker, for instance, based on the total, because the way it's structured in the market is that on a daily basis, you would know your total purchases and your total sales. It is the net. So as if I'm assuming I'm a broker or a stockbroking firm, for instance, if I have more of my clients buying than selling, it means that I need to fund CSCS. If I have more of my clients selling than buying, it means CSCS needs to credit my own account so that I can pay my customers. So when there's a default, there's a delay, it's really going to impact on settlement. But I know there are most, like we say in the market, our word is our bond. If there are delays, most times most brokers can also get like 1 day leverage from the bank to ensure that they cover that position, because you must honor your words. If transactions have been done, someone has bought shares from you, you have to settle. And that's why we all ensure most times that, especially the retail investors, they form their account before transactions are done.
Okay. Do you think there's a downside for foreign investors because of time difference too? 5 p.m. in Nigeria is not 5 p.m. elsewhere.
Yeah, I think, yes, it will put more pressure on the foreign investors. But we've also seen it, they will just need to plan ahead. It's like I've been in positions where when transactions for the US market, for instance, that you need to also settle on it. They are also on T+1 that you also have to settle. So what will be done is that they may need to move funds into the country ahead based on the estimated amount of transactions they plan to do, so that those funds are already being converted to Naira a day before the transaction is being done, right? So that they can settle the next day. You know, some of the things that we look at the financial system in terms of our payment system, for Naira, it's very smooth, but for dollars, there's still that time lag, especially from one bank to the other. There's still that time lag that is also involved. So I think that it will put a lot of more pressure on them, but it's what is also doable, because you are also looking at the opportunities. When you see the opportunity, you look at what are the operational challenges, identify them, and you see how do you want to mitigate them. So that's normal business rules, that you just ensure that you're able to meet up with all the operational challenges and overcome them.
Dr. Ayo, just finally in about 25 seconds, because even when this T+1 was launched in June, T+2 was launched in November 2025, I remember, because I had the CSCS guys here on the program then. Do you think now that this T+1 is primarily about speed, because it seems that's also what the Securities and Exchange Commission is trying to achieve in terms of speed, or is the real objective deeper, perhaps better liquidity, lower counterparty risk, and greater confidence ultimately in the market?
I would say it's about speed and confidence.
Okay.
Especially for retail investors. You have access to your funds. When you sell, it provides liquidity.
So the Securities and Exchange Commission is favoring retail investors, because our market now is mostly retail investors, as it were, you know?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and I think what the market operators are also working towards is to see how they can encourage a lot of more retail investors. We have less than 2 million active CSCS accounts. So how do we want to increase their participation? These are people that invest in cryptocurrency, and instantly you have value.
So why not?
To not comprehend them before November, why they have to wait for 3 days to have access to their funds.
Okay. Thank you very much for your perspectives, Dr. Ayo. See you soon. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Yeah. Bye.
All right, let's take a quick break, and when we return, it will be time for us to talk about the governance nightmare I mentioned earlier on. We're tracking 3 developments today on the program. I'm done with Sue. I'm going to be doing the last one, how one man allegedly can just, con the system. ICPC has submitted its interim reports to the president. We'll be digging further into the implications of all of this. Barrister Inyekwe, lead director at Center for Social Justice, will be joining me after the break. Don't go anywhere. Still around, how do we break this circle? Is there a way for us to come
the way we can get out of that is to channel our
without taxing also?
Is channel our resources or the borrowings to productive endeavors. For instance,
would there be space? Is there space now to channel to productive resources?
People borrow to set up petrochemical plants. They borrow to set up fertilizer plants. They borrow to set up LNG projects. You understand?
Yes.
These are economic programs that one will get employment, that will generate revenue, and of course the federal government will get tax. See, the idea is they need to reduce the heavy dependence on borrowing. It's very, very important that because we are looking at the future of the country. There is the burden of repayment. Don't run away from that. The burden of repayment on future generations. Don't say, okay, this is my administration when it's a continuum when I leave. No, there's a burden on future generations. So you must make sure that you reduce your debt stock, debt liabilities.
Ezra joins me now as the lead director, Center for Social Justice. The CJN just a few days ago says no lawyer should be addressed as barrister. So I take that back. No barrister, just as a lead director, Center for Social Justice. Good morning. Welcome to you, sir. And thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We're looking at this fake agency scandal. It seems, of course, the ICPC has done the investigation. They submitted an interim report to the president. I've been watching this closely, at least for the last few weeks that this issue has been on. But our point of discussion this morning is the governance nightmare that this has actually thrown up. Let me start with a fundamental question. Are we really looking at a sophisticated fraud by one individual, or are we looking at evidence of institutional failure across several layers of government?
Well, let me start by saying that this is not the first report we are reading in the media. I thought the police had done an investigation which established a prima facie case which led them to charge somebody to court, Mr. Adeyemi to court, sometime in around September last year. So this current report by the ICPC did not add much, rather than affirming what we already know.
No, but it brought out other two agencies.
Yeah, but those are
also a serious issue.
They are not really the gravamen of what Nigerians are looking forward to. Now, for me, there is nothing complex about what has happened. It is straightforward fraud or attempt to defraud the treasury, okay, or mismanaged governance. And from all available facts, it couldn't have been perpetuated by one person. Okay? There must be a conspiracy among a group of people. Let me start by saying that my initial position, which I will state maybe last, so I can state it first, is that if you look at the maneuvers from the budget office to the National Assembly, to Accountant General, to CBN, to Head of Service, to Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, it is not possible that one person could fool everybody and manipulate these things.
But that's what it seems like.
No, it's not what it seems like. I will come to it one by one.
Yes.
If a conspiracy manipulated from the top, then If it is a fraud that one person managed to deceive all these institutions, those people that allow themselves to be deceived without questioning the issues, okay, or the letters, you know, are in breach. There is a level of violent negligence that is gross and perverse, that whoever has committed it is no longer entitled to continue staying in the office. Okay, let me come to say why I think it's a conspiracy, because in law, there are three categories of offenders. There are accessories before the fact of the crime, the physical act that
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Nemetete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents 1 death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall, deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict, and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
Hello everyone, welcome to People, Politics and Power. Of course, on this program, we serve you the issues hot and unfiltered. I am Imoni Amarere. The much anticipated Osun governorship election has come and gone, won and lost. But the real conversation has only just begun as it relates to the bigger picture of the state of democracy in Nigeria. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in his congratulatory message to the winner, has described the outcome as a fitting assurance that democracy will continue to flourish in Nigeria. Now, but beyond the arithmetic of victory lies the more consequential question. What does the election tell us about the state of Nigeria's democracy? There are questions about the conduct of the poll, the logistics, the deployment of the BVAS machine, security, alleged disruptions, and the transparency of the results management process. There are also questions about voter turnout, political realignments, the influence of incumbency, the ability of opposition parties to compete effectively, and of course concerns about the conduct of the entire exercise. And then comes the bigger issue. Will Osun 2026 be remembered simply as another electoral victory or as a credible test of Nigeria's readiness for the much bigger political battle of 2027? Will the election strengthen public confidence in INEC and Nigeria's electoral technology? Or did it expose continuing weaknesses? Were the rules applied fairly to all the contestants? Did voters truly determine the outcome of that election? And the ballot may be over, but the matters arising are not. And that is why we are here on the program today. Well, let's get to meet our guest analysts who are joining us here in the studio and virtually. First, joining us from Lagos is Professor Samuel Gbadebo Odewumi, an expert in transport planning and policy and a political analyst. Thank you, Prof, for finding time to join us.
Thank you very much. Always my pleasure.
Great. And joining us here in the studio is Dr. Umar Tanko Yakase. He is a chieftain of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Welcome. Right, we will also be joined very shortly by Mr. Victor Gira. Victor Gira is a lawyer and an election observer. He's joining us from Benin City in Edo State. Victor, thank you so much for finding time to join us.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Great. Good to have you. It's afternoon here in Abuja. I don't know if it is morning in Edo State at this point in time.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Great, good.
Good afternoon.
So, probably let me come back to you and to ask, what do you consider to be the critical issues that need to be examined after the Osun governorship elections in the bigger picture of Nigerian democracy?
Thank you very much. Also, election is a very exciting one. It's expected because it's the most competitive of the runoff. Anambra was almost a foregone conclusion. Ekiti was a foregone conclusion. But as predicted, Osun was very competitive. The highlight is that Adeleke was able to transfer its base to a new party structure. The election was very largely peaceful and orderly as against the preparative stage where more than around 40 people were killed. Beavers performed reasonably well. Vote buying remains the major thing, and we get to that. Women recorded 59%. I was looking for the data on youth because I think that will be significant. And INEC managed significant last-minute pressure because for me, and I think we should engage that today, the last-minute judgment by SDP is capable of derailing looking towards 2027, and it's a huge waste on our national resources for a judgment that will now come to reprint all the ballot papers for a result that does not even show SDP in any significant outplay. So we should be more patriotic for this country. We are not rich, so we can't be wasting money at the last minute to reprint ballot paper. So that to me is something that there should be a regulation that 2 weeks before the election, the judgment should be concluded so that because if it were a national election, it would have been a big glitch. And election was a good test of what we are going to have in 2027. And I predicted 40% voters turnout. And why I predicted that is that there is this wrong narrative in the media of low voters turnout. But the voters turnout cannot be more than that 40-45% because our voters register is already loaded. And it has not been filtered. The dead people, those who have jackpot, those who have moved from Osun State, they are still in the register. And we have not found a way of filtering. I tried to do that some 2-3 months ago, but everybody believed that it is too close to the election, they should delay it. So these are the major highlights. Then Adeleke run away with a comfortable victory. That we thought it was going to be a razor sharp result, but it has given sufficient gap. But we learned that APC is doing some arithmetic behind the corridor. Now, that's why Oyebanji has not congratulated Adeleke. The arithmetic they are trying to do is, when the margin of posted vote is more than the margin of victory, then they may raise it. But my problem is the same thing about the voters register, because the voter register is already ballooned unnecessarily. And I've said that we should use voters register on that day, not the number of voters on the register. So all of this we will go into the details later. So, but these are my major first take on the election.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let me get back to the studio here, Dr. Tanko. What would you consider to be the critical matters arising from the Osun governorship elections in relation to the state of Nigerian democracy?
Thank you very much. I think when you look at matters arising, I would say that generally INEC has been able to put to rest some of the doubts that Nigerians were having about its independence. If you remember, some clergymen raised such concerns and some few weeks ago about the independence of INEC and the ability of INEC to conduct free and fair election. And luckily for us, some few weeks later, yesterday or on Saturday, the Osun election came. And INEC has demonstrated its ability to be an unbiased umpire by allowing the votes of people to count. So I think that is a significant takeaway for me, because if we're any doubting Thomas's, INEC has proven that it will allow free and fair election, it will conduct a free and fair election, it will prepare for a free and fair election. And whatever happens may just be, of course, we're all humans. When you plan and on the day for you to execute, one or two things may happen. But if you look at the overall picture, you will see that generally INEC has been able to do credibly well. The second aspect is also concerns by Nigerians, and even some of the utterances by the governor of Osun during that campaign period, where he thought that the ruling party, APC, will interfere, will bring federal might. And to the credit of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which the governor in his vote of thanks or his speech after the election, he gave kudos to the president for ensuring that there was a free and fair election in Osun State, where people voted and people's vote counted. So another one is that the president has demonstrated that he had no intention of interfering with politics, governance and election at the lower level. And this has proven the fact that the president and the party did not in any way use any power or might that the federal government has. The third aspect is that despite the fear that there were too many security personnel, which people thought that their deployment was not to guarantee the protections of people or voters, but to be used for some other reasons. That has been proven otherwise, because the security largely conducted themselves in a professional manner and ensured that security is provided for the election, for the voters, and for the credibility of the election. That is also, in my own take, an improvement in terms of democracy in Nigeria, and therefore this is what we will expect come 2027 during the general election, that largely INEC will be independent, Nigerian security will provide security, and there will be a level playing ground, and that completely has answered the questions of whether we are moving towards a one-party or two-party state. Now that has been answered, because a ruling party, an opposition has won after moving from a particular party to another party. They have won, and so it also answers the fact that the victory of our party in Ekiti and Edo previously showed that the party won credibly, because Anambra and Osun now has given an opportunity for the opposition, where they are strong, to also win. So all these questions and doubts, I believe that the Osun election has just gone away, has tried to prove that Nigeria has come of age in terms of democratic development. Thank you.
Victor, let me come to you. If you recall, this election, that is the Osun governorship election, is regarded as the first major test of the Electoral Act 2026. If you look at it, the conduct of the elections and the test of the Electoral Act 2026 properly, how important is this for 2027?
Thank you very much. Let me tell you, to be very factual, there is no difference in terms of the effect of the Electoral Act 2026 to the election process and the election result. And the Electoral Act 2026 just brought some amendment, especially in terms of that popular section, is it section 66, that talk about electronically transmission of results. If you remember that popular section, that if the electronic transmission of results is impossible, that they should revert back to manual transmission of results. So we have not had the issue of electronic transmission of results. We have just had transfer of results from the polling unit to the IREV. So, and that is what has been existing before now under the Electoral Act 2022. So, what we have right now was that INEC just did an improvement in their system. So, there was a live, up-to-date, reflection of the results in the IREV. So, people could see upgrade of the upload of the result from the polling unit to the IREV. People could read it. People could look at the results from IREV and see the result and know what is going on in the various voting units. So, in terms of any improvement in the Electoral Act as it impacted on this election, zero. But whether INEC has done something better, yes, INEC might have improved in terms of its upload of the results from the voting from the polling unit to IREV. INEC has improved in terms of the beavers now. People are not getting used to the beavers. They now, with experience, they now know how long it will take for the beaver to capture people and all that. So those are events, things that happen as a result of time, space, and environment. But in terms of the Electoral Act 2026, it has no direct bearing on what has happened in Osun State.
Okay, so
maybe I will answer some very fundamental questions because I don't want to. I see a lot of people making a lot of suggestion of how voters have worked at INEC. I will tell you how we got to the results, why we got that result. It has nothing to do with Electoral 2026. It has few things to do with certain people, institution, and governance. But we'll get to that as this conversation goes on.
Yes, before we get to that, to go back to the first question I asked, did this election, or was it a true test of the electoral institutions as envisaged in the Electoral Act 2026? Was it a true test of, say, the security agencies, the political actors, and the what I would describe as the resilience of the information environment?
Good. This is a good question. I think this is where we have to make some comments about some things that I've been noticing in the media and some public commentators from various social and conventional media. Firstly, in answering your question, these results in Osun State shows, one, the commitment of the people to their governance, to the people who govern them, their interest to ensure that this is the person who wants to govern us. And they were able and they were ready to defend their governor. That is one. Number two, you made mention of the institution like the police, institution like the army, institution like other security agencies. INEC, was there anything INEC did better? I just told you INEC did better in terms of the way the results were uploaded. There was a live upload of the results from the polling unit. But again, thanks also to the people, the Osun State people who have ensured that INEC, the presiding officers, upload the results from the polling units. We also thank God for the security agencies that operated. However, Mr. Money, I can tell you for free that the reason why this election came out the way it is right now is basically for two reasons. Are you with me?
We are with you. Please go ahead.
Now, so these are the reasons. One, Governor Adeleke, Ademola Adeleke, from the Accord Party had something as a record he put forward, and the Osun people could connect with it, and the Osun people, for one reason or the other, have to defend him. But secondly, which is the most important point, I need to tell you for free, the reason why this election got the result it got is because the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did not want to interfere in that process. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu did not want to upturn the process. I'm talking about based on what has been happening. If the president was interested in taking over that state, I can tell you for free, based on precedents, based on past record. You know, I'm an election observer. I have done election observing for the past 20 years. I have been in election petition. I am still in election petitions. I know how this thing works. The only two reasons why Adeleke has been declared, or should people have something to vote for, they were able to put him based on this record, and the people now said, we will give him this support. That is on one side. But principally, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for one reason or the other, was not ready to upturn the governance of that state. And that is why the result went the way it went.
All right.
So that is my position.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in Professor Adewumi at this point. Prof, let's look at the processes. You are an expert in transportation and logistics. Let's look at the logistics aspect of this whole process of the election itself. And that is to talk about the logistics that were put in place by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Were you satisfied with it?
Yes, most of the issues we normally have in the past is logistics. So kudos goes to INEC, but also to the various transport unions, the Road Transport Workers Union, the RTR, Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria. They all lived up to the bidding, because for those who are in Osogbo, the night before, all those vehicles were already slated, because no matter how good INEC is, INEC has done that where they mobilize because they are not the owner of the vehicles that they deliver. So they mobilized them, they answered, and maybe because of the mobilization of the states that they feel they are stakeholders. So, because in some instances, when they disappoint INEC, there is hardly anything you can do at that moment. You now have to do for. Then secondly, first INEC did what they should do. Secondly, the unions, the transport unions, demobilized and they brought in efficient vehicle. Thirdly, also is a compact state geographically. There is no place in Osun that is more than 2.5 hours travel from Osogbo. Giving even maximum, let's say the bad roads, 3 hours. There is none. It's a fairly compact state where assessing all the local government, they are all a stone throw away. That one helped. And the topography is not as terrible as, for example, if you go to Bayelsa, if you go to Adamawa, where you have mountain ranges and where you have water bodies in the south and mountain ranges in the north, and such things were non-existent. The terrain is fairly good, except maybe around Ila, but the road is very good there now, almost mean. So that is very helpful. So in terms of logistics, we have no reason to complain. What will have thrown a spanner in the wheels of the process was that SDP judgment. And I want the media, Moni, you are an elder in this matter, because you are able to overcome it in this small election. We should warn seriously against it at the 2027, because if that happens like it happened for a national election, we may be heading for a postponement. And for me, it does not show patriotism that you just want to be on the ballot, waste all those hundreds of millions that was used in printing ballot papers. And it also indicated that we already have the technology to produce that ballot papers in a jiffy. But at the national election, we will have been singing a different tune if that happens close to the election. So I want you people, media, to shout that logistics will be disrupted if printing of ballot papers is disrupted by judgment, that they've done 90 million ballot papers and then 24 hours to judgment, and you now say they have to change because one Moscow political party is going to get on the ballot.
Do you think, Prof, that there is any lesson that INEC itself can learn from its logistics success in Osun that can be transferred to the general election in 2027? You have itemized the difficulties in the various parts of the country. But then we should have some lessons that can be learned and then to improve the logistics arrangement for 2027.
You see, mobilization of those unions, then inspection of the vehicles they are going to deploy. Like if you want to use your car for Uber or Bolt, they will inspect it. They must inspect that those vehicles are roadworthy. Those vehicles they will use for election are roadworthy. And there must be guarantee from their union. And there must be redundancies that, okay, we are deploying 500 vehicles. Let 50 be on standby as a backup, and for hard to get areas where you have the terrain that are either rugged terrain, bad roads, water bodies, there must be earlier mobilization. Don't wait until although that's a delicate balance, but all the same, for difficult to reach areas, they have to deploy critical voting materials, as we say them, like the ballot papers, very early, so that they will be with good security. They will be on ground before the date of, because about 94% of votes polling booths were able to take off right on time. Although Yaga said, I think it's 87, Yaga said, or 80, but INEC itself said it's a 95 that the polling station was able to take off right on time. So all those items, they should checklist them like a pilot. Okay, the vehicles are okay, the drivers are there, everything. So when they tick it, and like it happened now, things will be a bit better.
Dr. Tanko, let's stay on this INEC logistics. During the process on Saturday, there were some complaints about the functionality of the BVAS machines. There were people who complained that the BVAS could not read their biometrics or indeed their facial biometrics, as it were, and all of that. So in the process, a number of persons were disenfranchised. And the argument was by those who are experts in that area is that INEC ought to have upgraded the BVAS machine from what it was in 2010 or 2012 when it was introduced to this to now, and that there have been improvements in technology between that time and now that ought to have made it more functional than it is today.
Yeah, so you need to understand how technology works. You and I can have two phones, the same phones, and if you are proficient in the use of that particular phone, you are likely to do better than I am. And so if other polling units and the officers, INEC ad hoc staff that were there using the BVAS, a majority of them were able to capture voters and allow them to go through the process of voting, it tells you that most likely it's not a software issue, whether upgrade or not upgrade. Because if some few locations had issues and it is about the software, I can assure you that every majority of other places will also face the same issue. And I believe that sometimes some of these things do not necessarily have to do with the software, but with the operators. You know, you train people on how to use the beavers, and when they get to the field, either people are different in terms of ability to learn and acquire skills within the shortest possible time, and they will do well maybe during training. But on the D-Day, you may have some challenges, and I believe that some of the ad hoc staff, either with the issue of training or with proficiency with the beavers machine, might have experience some issues that do not necessarily have to do with software. If it's a software issue, then more of the beavers, you would have recorded a greater percentage of issues with the beavers. So I believe that the issue might not be with the software, but the issue should be with the people who are using the beavers machine to capture. Because I know in previous elections, in my own polling unit, the same beavers in 2023 general election, about 18 polling units, then will be working very well. You find some other those other INEC ad hoc staff having issues. They have to invite some of their leaders to come and put them through, and then everything went smoothly. So I believe that in my own understanding, since I was not there at the polling unit, I believe sometimes it has to do with the training, the proficiency of the person that is using the machine, and sometimes glitches here and there. But I believe that if it is really a software issue, the majority of the polling units would have experienced issues.
Those who argue that there is need for upgrades, say for instance that the current beavers machines which have been in use were modeled on Android 10. And that now there's a need to upgrade, say, to Android 17, which is the latest software system, and that will enhance network access wherever it is being used. Because there are situations, even as we were broadcasting on Saturday, for instance, where network access became an issue in certain parts of Osun State.
Yes, so I think I once had a conversation with the staff of INEC, and the database of all the voters are in our warehouse in INEC server, and so sometimes the network may not be an issue, because when you want to access database that is offline, it's different from when you want to access database that is online, that has to do with efficient connectivity. And I believe that the database of all the registered voters in Nigeria is in the database of INEC, and the beaver simply goes to that particular database and then search for the voter and ensure that his picture and details come up for him to move to the next stage. So I believe, and then the second thing is, you know, when people talk about software upgrade, and this would have been an opportunity for us to do the upgrade and test and see whether the upgraded version works smoothly or not. And if you are upgrading any software and you do not have the opportunity to test it until the day of the election, then issues may arise, and those who are advocating for the software to upgrade will not remember they are the ones that put pressure on INEC to do that, and they will blame INEC for any glitches. Sometimes you upgrade your computer, you upgrade your phone to a newer software version, and when you decide to utilize it for things that you normally do, you have issues. So I'm one person who believes that things that have to do with software, whenever there is an upgrade, it should be an opportunity for it to be test run in a real life situation. And so that we do not have a situation whereby you upgrade it between now, after the Osun election, test it during the general election, have issues, and then the entire process will be compromised. So I believe this one has worked. And let me tell you, if you look at the voters turnout in 2022 and now in the same Osun State, both PDP then, Adeleke, and Oyetola of APC, both of them scored less than 400,000 votes. And so if the system has not become efficient, you will not have had an opportunity where there is increase in voter turnout, increase in the number of votes scored by both the APC and now Accord Party. because Adeleke scored over 500,000 votes.
Yes,
which is
511,000.
which is an increment of what he had, less than 400,000 in 2022. APC now, not Oyetola, also scored 400 and something, which is an increase. So it means the system was efficient enough more than it was in 2022, and as displayed by the increase in the number of people that were accredited, increase in the number of people that had the opportunity of voting. It means the system has worked, the legislation has worked, and the BVOT itself has worked to ensure that in a quick succession, people on the line get accredited and vote. Because sometimes the issue is in having voter disenfranchisement, either when you're on the queue and the person in front of you spend 5 minutes, it affects everybody behind in terms of delay. And even if you have like 100 people on a polling unit on a queue, you will not be able at the close of the voting period to have many people given the opportunity to be accredited and to vote. Now, if there is an increase, it means there is an efficiency in the system, and generally it means the BVOS has performed and the staff that have been trained have performed. Otherwise, you will not have an increase in the number of accredited voters and what the two contestants majorly have gotten.
Victor, let's stay with this logistics issue here. There were reports and incidents during the election where persons who were very desirous to vote got to the polling units, to their polling stations, as it were, and there were as many as, in some cases, 1,000 potential voters at the polling station, and the bidders was just one in that polling station. Could INEC have deployed a lot more bidders machines to such highly populated polling units to speed up the process? Why was it, in your estimation, as an election observer, that this did not happen, that people had to stay several hours to wait to vote?
Okay, in terms of INEC logistics, you know, each beaver is assigned to each polling unit, and so where there are clocks of polling units, depends on the number of clusters of polling units. They will now deploy 2 beavers, as the case might be, depending on the amount of registered voters each polling unit. Actually, the total number of registered voters is not supposed to exceed about 700 voters. However, INEC have not taken their time to look at the issue of voters registration, because it was just recently, sometimes in June or so, that INEC stopped registration of voters. The registration was going on. So within the time INEC did, I don't know when they stopped the registration in Osun State, between the last election and the last time registration was done, there were a lot of persons who have registered in some polling units. So INEC did not take their time to see, oh, this polling unit has increased in number from 250 to 400. To increase the need to have extra beavers. Secondly, INEC, based on their record, may not have contemplated that there will be an increment in the voters' turnout. And so they just felt that, okay, let's go. We use this particular beavers as at 2022, and there was no issue. I mean, as a matter of fact, maybe in 2022, they were even waiting for voters to come out, and there were fewer voters. And so there was no need for them to have an extra beavers. But ordinarily, as an institution, you are supposed to have made provision for beavers such that when there is a need for you to deploy additional beavers, you can do that within the shortest time. However, you must also understand that beavers are assigned to particular polling units. You cannot move one beaver that is meant for polling unit 24 in Ife Odu local government to Osogbo, because each of these beavers is assigned to a particular local government, a particular registration area, a particular polling unit. So INEC had not considered that there's a need for you to have extra. Maybe the extra they have were not meant for that particular areas where there were reports of the report of voters queuing up, and the beavers, was not able to quickly capture all these voters. But there's something I want you people to know. I've listened to our colleague there in the studio when we were talking about improvement in INEC. INEC has improved in its logistics and all of that, and that is why he was making mention that in the last election there were lesser number of accredited voters and lesser number of voters. But you need to understand the background that led the background towards this election. There was sentiments. People felt Adeleke was from PDP. He had issue in PDP. He moved from PDP. There were division in PDP. One part of PDP had issue. He went to one other. He was looking for a party to go. At the end of the day, he went to Accord Party. At the end, the APC said they are going to take over the state. There were a lot of people interested in that political party. As to sentiment, people started generating a kind of sentiment towards him. He went to a new party, Accord Party, a party that is not too popular. So there was this sentiment that, this man is entitled to a second term. Why is he being oppressed? He just got to a new party. You remember the issue of freezing of the accounts by the APC, by another party, or this question of, there were a lot of issues concerning the Osun State local government. They went to court. You saw the whole wahala that took place. So people were like, let us come out and support this young man. Let us give him our support. So the increment in the registered number of accredited voters, it cannot be tied to improvement in INEC logistics. It can only be connected to the willingness of the people to come out to vote for the person they believe they have an emotional, a sentimental attachment to. They wanted to prove a point. They wanted to support the person they believe is their own. And so that is why you see the way and manner that people came up. People never knew what was going to happen. People never knew that INEC did not tell them that we have improved our logistics. INEC did not tell them that, our beavers is now 1 second. If you just go, you will just vote. No, people came out to say, we want to vote for our candidates. We want to stand by them. And maybe the governor, Adeleke, was able to mobilize, was able to tell his people, please come out and defend your votes. So he was interested. He saw that the challenges were more. He saw that there were a lot of serious road to cross. He pushed his people out and asked them, please come out and vote. And that was what reflected in the result. Because in some cases, some governors just feel that they have a fiat to go. They have automatic ticket. They don't even mobilize people to vote because maybe somebody somewhere has promised them a second term and they feel comfortable. So they don't mobilize people. They think that they don't do. But in the case of Adeleke, he saw it that the only way I can survive in this troubled water, I need to ask everybody to come out there. Please go there and vote. They want to kill me. They don't want to stop me. They want to take this thing from me. Please go out. And people came out and gave him their support. And that is what is the reason for this increment in the number of voters. It has no connection to do with logistics anywhere. The people were
Victor, I believe that all the political parties mobilize their supporters and even the undecided voters to go out to vote on election day. If you look at the figures, 511,
there are some parties,
511 and 444,000 I mean, that's huge for a state election. So I believe that at least two of the leading parties did a great work in terms of mobilization. All right, but Tom, let me bring you in here and talk about very quickly what you consider to be the elephant in the room, that is vote trading. We heard reports, and in fact read reports again of vote trading, something that many people thought would be a thing of the past. So the fundamental question, therefore, is when and how can Nigerian elections and democracy be rid of vote trading? Is it a matter? Is it a question of economic vulnerability that makes people want to engage in it, or is it that political inducements actually determine electoral choices? Sir?
Yeah, thank you. Before I address the vote trading issue, please kindly allow me to talk about the software application, because people kept repeating that it's just a psychedelic way of introducing Android 10, Android 17. Those things do not matter. It's just a waste of national fund. What does Android upgrade do is to ensure security of the app and the system, but INEC is not using Android system as security for its own election. It's using a different app backup to secure, because if they rely on Android, there will be a trouble for them. People will go in and hack it, because that's a generic system upgrade. We should not be taken by this. It's like some of us, we bought Samsung the 20, then before you know it, 22, 23. It's just a bloody technological oppression. And I don't want us to think that Nigeria has to go dump, because if people know the costs of those upgrades, which does not add. Look, most people that are still using Android 8, like if you are a computer guru, we know that all those Microsoft, they had one or two things, they make it into another. So please, it is important for us to know that what we have is adequate for us, because the Android is for security of the system, not the security of the polling arrangement. So INEC has the ICT guys. INEC has his own security backup for that system. So that is by the way. Then on the voters vote
trading, yes,
vote trading. Let me also say this: when you are successful in one thing, it creates other challenges in another thing. We should be glad that now the votes are counting. It is because the votes are counting, that is why politicians are ready to buy. And they are buying because all the loopholes by which they can get to the back end and do things are getting blocked. So, vote by, you know, in the past, that there was no politician will pay you money to go and vote. They already did their magic before you arrive at the polling station. So, vote by is a sign that technically the system is squeezing what you can do. So, they now have to go to the voter and plead with them. And there are two things we need to do, which one was done in Osun, but we have to put emphasis on it. The arrangement of the polling booths, because when they pay you to vote, they will want to confirm you voted for them. The first way they do it is by snapping the ballot paper. In fact, the idea is collect 10,000 first. When you get me out and we have evidence that you voted for us, come and collect 20,000 after you have voted. So evidence of showing that they have is that one, you either show them the ballot paper, or as they are voting, if the ballot booth arrangement is compromised, you do as if you are drawing your ballot paper, and the political party agent will confirm that you actually voted for them. So the first thing was taken care of. At Osun, the polling arrangement does not allow, and I don't think they allow them to take phone into the. I could not confirm that. So those two things are very crucial. Now, once those two things are done, like they were singing that "Oh, Losun," it means they took the money and people still voted for what they want to vote for. And that is the beauty of it. Although the political party added another mysterious voodoo situation and said, come and swear to Ogun that you will vote if you take this 10,000 or this 15,000. So they were swearing 3-4 days to that day. They were calling them out to swear to Ogun, swear to Quran, swear to Bible that they will. But as long as you secure the polling booth, people will still take that money and still do what they need to do, because they believe the money is coming from the government and it's their money anyway. Any do they swear to will not do anything. So there is a good news about the vote buying. That is a sign that they are tying the loose end of our election process, and the politician now to really know that every vote now counts, but we have to still secure it further.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Yes.
Your thoughts on vote trading, very quickly.
Let me quickly say that we are talking about vote trading and buying because of the successes recorded by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in ensuring that the election is free and fair. The security guaranteeing that everybody's vote will count. INEC improving on the system. And so therefore, while the commendation goes to the president and other agencies, Francis Fukuyama in his book Political Alter, Political Decay studied the US and other countries and realized that every country at the level of development in which Nigeria is right now, including the US, must pass through the politics of patronage. That is politics of patronage. Politics of clientelism, whereby you have an agreement, you vote for me, I give you something. It's part of a political development of every country that is moving towards democracy, and it has happened in the US. The only solution is because the players, you and I are playing the game. I know that you are not likely to play by the rules, so don't expect me to play by the rules. If you play by the rules, I'll play by the rules. So when people go to the polling unit, party A is watching. Whatever I do, I will not allow you to succeed because I can also engage in it. And so the only way we can get it to stop is that when the economy grows and everybody who is who is a voter has reasonable economic income, feels that he has self-right and he cannot be bought over by ordinary 1,000 or chicken and peanuts. And so it's a process that when we get to develop economically, people now have good income and they feel that they want a governance that will address their issues rather than putting in puppets who will come and continue with the old ways that are going. So I think it is part of our political development, and it's only when the economy has improved that this thing may abate. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Tanko Umar Yakasai is a politician, a medical doctor and a politician, a chieftain of the ruling All Progressives Congress.
Thank you very much.
So much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And Professor Samuel Gbadebo Odewumi is an expert in transport planning and policy development and a regular political analyst on our channel. Thank you so much for your time. And because Mr. Victor Giwa is a lawyer and a seasoned election observer. He joined us via Zoom from Benin City in Edo State. Thank you so much, Victor. Looking forward to seeing you here in Abuja. All right, great. Well, that's our program for today. Please join us again, and we'll bring you a fresh edition of People, Politics, and Power. Bye for now.
19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day, he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the Mangwe area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
New speaker emerges at the Edo State House of Assembly. Reactions to Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. And 5 persons die in both missing in Niger State. This is the news on AIT. I am Olamide Ario. Welcome. A security advisory committee has been inaugurated in Nasarawa State to strengthen intelligence gathering and help prevent emerging security threats ahead of the 2027 general election. Governor of the state, Abdullahi Sulewu, inaugurated the Security Advisory Committee in Lafia, the state capital, explained that the growing complexity of security challenges require a proactive, intelligence-driven approach.
In Nigeria, especially around general elections, some of the main security threats include voter intimidation and violence, ballot box snatching, kidnapping, and attacks on candidates, agents, and INEC officials, as well as post-election violence. According to the Nasarawa State Governor, Abdullahi Sule, the Security Advisory Committee is to strengthen intelligence gathering, improve coordination among security agencies, and help prevent emerging security threats ahead of 2027 general elections. He tasked the committee with advising the government on security threats, assessing risk, improving intelligence flow, and strengthening engagement with traditional rulers, community leaders, youth groups, and other stakeholders.
On our own part, we will continue to provide the necessary support to security agencies, strengthen collaboration among stakeholders, invest in preventive security measures, and promote policies that address unemployment, youth vulnerability, communal tensions, and other factors that can create conducive environment.
Chairman of the committee, Major General Ilya Abba, retired, noted that the body would work with security agencies to identify gaps and provide strategic solutions to insecurity, while pledging the committee's support for peaceful, free, and fair 2027 elections in the state, warning against political violence, thuggery, hate speech, and campaign capable of threatening community peace.
As chairman of this advisory committee, I pledge our full support to ensure that the 2027 general elections are free, fair, and peaceful in the state. We will provide the necessary strategic advice to ensure that all political activities are conducted within the ambit of the law.
He said the committee would also advise on youth engagement, community policing, and measures to address poverty, unemployment, and other factors contributing to insecurity. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafia.
The Pioneer General Officer commanding the newly established 10th Division of the Nigerian Army in Taraba State, Major General Chinedu Nebeife, has arrived Jalingo in preparation for the take-off of operations by the division. The GOC was received by the state governor, Abu Kefas, who assures that all necessary support for the smooth take-off of the new division have been put in place by the state government.
The newly established 10th Division of the Nigerian Army in Taraba State is expected to commence operations in about 1 week time, and the Pioneer General Officer commanding the division, Major General Chinedu Nnebefe, has reported to the state in preparations for that. Major General Nnebefe was received by the Secretary to the Government of Taraba State, SGS Gibbon Kataps, on behalf of the State Governor, Abu Kefes. He expressed delight with the establishment of the Army Division by Nigeria's President and its immediate takeoff, which is a major boost to security and peace in the state. The SGS also led a tour to the temporary barracks accommodation for the new Army Division, pending the completion of project at the permanent barracks site.
When the head is already in a location, that means that he has triggered the movement and the occupation of the 10th Div himself. So we are delighted that without much ado, he's in Taraba now, and he has come to stay.
With the number of men that are going to be deployed here, with the equipment that the Chief of Army Staff has already assigned for this 10th Division, I want to assure the indigenous that there will be much more security in the state.
Major General Nnebefe commended the level of preparations by the Taraba State government to support the immediate takeoff of operations by the 10th Division, and also disclosed that the Army formation will begin operating in few days. The establishment of the 10th Division has been applauded by residents, whom are optimistic that it will end pockets of security challenges in parts of the state.
We declare loudly that we are prepared to work with the new formation in any capacity required.
The 10th Division is now a living, breathing reality. This division is a fortress for Taraba and a shield for the entire Northeast.
The newly established 10th Division of the Nigerian Army will be based in the suburbs of Jalingo, and the formation will cover Taraba and Adamawa states. Lamini Chuye, AIT News, Jalingo.
The Liberation People's Party, LPP, has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to respect a recent appeal court judgment and treat the LPP with equal rights. The national chairman of the party, Abubakar Dugara, made a call at the first National Executive Committee meeting in Abuja, where the national chairman addressed party stakeholders.
Call on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to respect and fully give effect to the victory of the LPP as established by the judgment of the Court of Appeal. The party has endured enormous difficulties in its dealings with the electoral process, and we can confidently say that few, if any, political parties have suffered as much hardship and frustration in the hands of INEC as the Liberation People's Party. We do not seek confrontation, we seek justice, fairness, equal treatment, and respect for the rule of law. The LPP deserves the same opportunity and recognition accorded to every other duly recognized political party participating in Nigeria's democratic process.
And in commending them, I am highly glad at the manner of discipline, common visit at this first National Executive Committee to chart a way forward for the unity of this country.
The LPP's leadership urged members not to relent in supporting the party by strengthening its unity towards the party's goal in winning elected offices during the 2027 polls.
As we move forward, I urge all members of our party not to be discouraged by the challenges we have encountered. Our challenges are surmountable. What matters is that we remain united. disciplined, focused, and committed to the ideals upon which the LPP was founded. The road ahead is demanding, particularly as we prepare for the 2027 general elections. We must therefore strengthen our structures.
We also have on the agenda the online membership registration and sustained membership drive. We want to make sure that everybody who is a member of our party, and especially the National Executive Council, is abreast on the ongoing situation of the membership registration and the sustained drive that the entire party, and we must commend all.
The leadership also highlighted the party's manifesto, which is anchored on good governance and the political exclusion and addressing economic inequality. On June 2, 2026, Court of Appeal Victory had ordered the electoral body to officially recognize the LPP and issue its certificate. The Anti-Drug Agency, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, has publicly destroyed assorted illicit drugs worth over 300 billion naira in its renewed effort to curb the illegal drug business in the country. The chairman of NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, in his speech described the exercise as a demonstration of Nigeria's determination to protect its citizens and disrupt the resources available to criminal networks.
The destroyed consignments comprise mainly cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and various strains of cannabis, including Canadian loud and strong. According to the NDLEA, 246,864.53 kilograms of the drugs were seized by its Lagos Strategic Command between April 2025 and May 2026. Another 83,000 kilograms came from the NMA, Tinkan, and Apapa Strategic Commands, the Marine Command, and the Special Operations Unit in Lagos. The chairman of NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, explained that beyond every kilogram of narcotic destroyed lies the story of a young life at risk, a family torn by addiction, and communities endangered by drugs-related crimes and impaired driving.
Illicit drugs reduce productivity, weaken the labor force, increase healthcare costs, discourages investment, and it drains public resources.
Marwa also linked drug trafficking to Nigeria's wider security challenges, noting that the illicit trade helps finance organized crimes, terrorism, and extreme violence.
The connection between illicit drugs and insecurity is now beyond debate. Drug trafficking fuels organized crime. It provides resources for terrorists and violent extremist organizations.
The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Bimbola Salu Hundeyi, as well as others present, described the scale of the destruction as a reminder of the seriousness of the drug threat facing communities and young people.
I assure you, as your governor of this great state, that Lagos State is unwavering in its resolve to confront drug abuse and trafficking. And we will not relent in our efforts to do this.
We know that this industry is built over several billions of naira. And we know that those who are involved in this exhibit lavish lifestyle, and they give negative impacts on our youth.
This event we are witnessing today is a very laudable event, and it shows the commitment of the chairman, chief executive of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in fighting the scourge of narcotic trafficking and abuse in this country.
For them, this will serve as a deterrent to drug barons and their collaborators in this renewed fight against illegal drug businesses in the country. Obiunume, AIT News, Lagos.
To Kano State, where the government has completed 867 out of 1,557 projects across the state initiated by the Abba Yusuf administration in the last 3 years. The Commissioner for Public Procurement's Project Monitoring and Evaluation, Nura Mahaji, discloses during a monthly press conference.
Commissioner for Public Procurement, Project Monitoring and Evaluation,
Murama Aji said the completed projects represented 55.68% of the total projects, while 654 projects, or 42%, are still ongoing.
The ministry's analysis as of today identifies 1,557 clearly classified projects. Of this figure, 867 projects representing 55.68% are completed. 654 projects representing 42% are ongoing. 26 projects representing 1.66% are at award stage, while 10 projects representing 0.64% are planned and ready for award.
The commissioner added that 26 projects representing 1.66% were at the stage of being awarded. According to him, the projects have a combined contract value of 996.29 billion naira.
The cumulative financial position reported by the ministry is as follows. The cumulative contract sum of all projects currently being executed stands at 996,293,515,176 naira 25 kobo. The cumulative no objection figure approved out of the cumulative contract sum stands at 695,195,580,521 naira 53 kobo, which means that the state has nearly 70% compliance with due process.
The projects covering multiple local government areas were valued at about 159.50 billion naira, while statewide and other projects accounted for approximately 249.54 billion naira. The figures show that Kano was implementing a large-scale development program with substantial progress recorded on completed projects, while others remained under implementation.
The River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara says his administration remains committed to executing projects that will have a direct and lasting impact on the lives of the people. Governor Fubara stated this while commissioning the 19.79 kilometers Buguma-Dengama Road, a major infrastructure project connecting communities across the 3 local government areas of the Kalabari Kingdom.
It's another harvest of projects in River State. At Tema community, Governor Siminalayi Fubara commissions the Buguma, Degema, Abonema Road, a strategic route linking communities in Akukutoru, Asaritoru, and Degema local government areas to the rest of the state. The 19.79 kilometer road is expected to ease transportation, improve connectivity, and stimulate economic activities across the riverine communities.
Our wish for our state is not about just embarking on projects, but doing those things that we believe will touch the life, will impact positively in the life of our people. And I want to say that I'm happy that today we're all here gathered happily that this particular dream has come to reality.
He says the strategic multi-billion naira Trans-Kalabari Road, alongside other projects in the area, demonstrates his administration's commitment to the development of the Kalabari people.
Very soon, we'll be going around to campaign for our party. And the truth about it is, movement will be easy. When we get there, I can boldly say, support my candidates, support my party, because I have done this, I have done that, and I'm going to do that. Even if the one that I didn't complete, I'm also very sure that my party will complete it.
For the paramount ruler of Abonema, King Disrael Bob Manuel, the completion of the road has brought significant relief to the people of the Kalabari Kingdom.
Today, I can leave my palace in Abonema by 10 a.m. and I will be wherever I want to be in Port Harcourt before 11 a.m. In the past, it was impossible. You would have to plan for a 3 to 4 hour trip.
He commends Governor Fubara for delivering the project and expresses appreciation for the second phase of the strategic Trans-Kalabari Road.
It's a project that is so big that many people keep away from it. Because once you start it, your IGR suffers. But you took the bull by the horn and you decided that this must be done. And I tell you, even if we are not saying it directly to you, in every household in Kalabari land, people remember you for that particular project.
For residents of Buguma, Abalama, Degema, Abonema, and surrounding communities, the newly commissioned road represents more than asphalt and concrete. It is a vital link that promises greater mobility, stronger economic opportunities, and a renewed sense of inclusion in the development of rivers.
The Cross River State Elders Advisory Council has held its inaugural meeting 8 months after it was constituted. Members adopted a framework that gives them a wider role in advising government, monitoring public interventions, and safeguarding the state's interests. At the meeting in Calabar, the elder statesmen said their experience must translate into more than counsel from the sidelines as they took on responsibilities.
Created by Governor Basio II and inaugurated on December 11, 2025, the Elders Advisory Council is chaired by former Governor Clement Ebri and brings together elder statesmen, former political office holders, and respected leaders from the state's 3 senatorial districts. The council is expected to draw on their collective experience and institutional memory to provide informed counsel on issues affecting governance and development. At the inaugural meeting, members adopted their terms of reference, setting out 6 broad areas of responsibility. Beyond advising the government and the State Executive Council on policy and development, the council will monitor government interventions and projects down to the level of ordinary citizens, providing feedback on whether policies are delivering the desired results.
Whether the issue concerns infrastructure, education, agriculture, economic development, security, land, or any other matter of consequence, we must listen carefully, interrogate the facts, and reflect deeply before offering advice.
For Ayoikpo, chairman of the Cross River State Consultative Forum, under whose broader platform the Elders Advisory Council operates, the responsibility also includes preserving continuity in governance and ensuring that viable projects are not discarded simply because administrations change.
It is a Cross River initiative aimed at interrogating our past, properly situating the present, and charting a progressive course for the future of Cross River State.
Beyond each advisory role, the council has also given itself a mandate to advocate for Cross River issues affecting its collective interests, including resource allocation, boundary matters, oil producing status, and regional restructuring. In Emersat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
And to other states where a new leadership has emerged at the House of Assembly, with the member representing Akoko Edo Constituency 1, Yekini Diaye, elected as Speaker of the 8th Assembly. AIT's Osawase Sado reports that leadership change followed the resignation of former Speaker Blessing Agbebako, who was subsequently suspended by the House pending investigations into allegations of corruption.
Monday's sitting, presided over by the Deputy Speaker, Osamon Yatu, began with the acknowledgement of the resignation of the former Speaker, Blessing Agbebako, reportedly on personal grounds. Following the resignation, the member representing Esan Southeast constituency, Sunday Ujezele, nominated Yekini Diaye as Speaker. The nomination was seconded by the member representing Owan East constituency, Eric Okaka. In his acceptance speech, the new speaker accused his predecessor of poor leadership and alleged that he was involved in corrupt practices. Idiaye says the allegations will be thoroughly investigated while announcing his suspension pending the outcome of the investigation. The former speaker expressed appreciation to the Edo State Governor, Monday Okpebholo, for what he described as a cordial working relationship. The House also approved changes in its leadership, with Sunday Ojezili emerging as majority leader and Eugene Inegbebo representing Igwebe constituency as deputy majority leader. Natasha Osawao was equally confirmed as minority leader following her nomination by the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC). Ustaose Sado, AIT News Benin.
The governor of Edo State, Monday Okpebholo, has urged the new leadership of the Edo State House of Assembly to embrace humility, unity, transparency and teamwork while putting aside personal differences and prioritizing the interests of the people. The governor gave the charge when he received the newly elected Speaker of the Assembly, Yekini Idiaye, representing Akoko Edo Constituency 1.
Receiving the new leadership of the Edo State House of Assembly led by the Speaker, Yekini Idiaye, Governor Monday Okpebholo urged the lawmakers to embrace unity, transparency and dialogue in resolving their differences. He advised members to settle disagreements within the Assembly rather than taking them to social media, while charging the new Speaker to carry all lawmakers along and work collectively for the development of Edo State.
Please, I want to have a peaceful house. For almost 2 years now, there has never been crisis in the house. And I pray that in another 2 years, there will be no crisis in the house. We must put arrogance aside to serve our people.
The new Speaker, Yekini Idiaye, representing Akoko Edo Constituency 1, said the leadership of the Assembly visited the governor to formally introduce itself and reaffirm the legislature's support for the administration development agenda. Idiaye succeeded Blessing Agbebaku, who resigned as Speaker this Monday amid reports of possible impeachment.
Because we are all proud of you. You are doing well. The only way you can continue to do well is to have the support of the House, which we are ready any day, any time.
Since the beginning of the current democratic dispensation in 1999, the Edo State House of Assembly has had 15 speakers, with Uyi Igbe, who served from 2010 to 2015, being the only speaker to complete a full 4-year tenure. The tenure of the other 14 speakers were cut short at different times, largely amid political crisis, leadership changes, and impeachment proceedings. Here's Inarume, AIT News, Benin.
The United Kingdom says it is optimistic that next year's general elections in Nigeria will meet globally accepted standards. In a statement which assessed the last weekend's governorship election in Osun State, the British government emphasized that the observed lapses must be improved upon before the general election. The statement added that the UK will continue to work with electoral institutions and civil society groups to deepen Nigeria's governance and democratic processes. The continuous incidences of vote trading and inducement across political parties during elections in Nigeria has again been condemned. This time, the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room would decry the practice in the just concluded Osun governorship election, urged security agencies to strengthen mechanisms for preventing electoral offences, especially vote buying, intimidation, and all forms of violence. The group spoke on Monday during a media briefing in Abuja.
As the 2027 general elections gathers momentum, the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room is calling on all key players in the electioneering process to urgently address the weaknesses identified during the Osun State governorship election, while also building on the positive lessons learned. Addressing the media on some of the issues and challenges encountered while monitoring the election, the group noted that Nigeria's democracy must move from elections that are merely conducted to election that is credible, transparent, accountable, and trusted by citizens.
The situation room remains concerned about the reports of vote trading and voter inducement during the election. Vote buying represents a direct assault on the principle of free choice and undermines the democratic value of elections.
Situation Room also recommends that pre-election matters be handled within the constitutional and statutory timelines while ensuring adequate opportunity for parties to present and challenge evidence.
INEC should conduct a comprehensive post-election audit of recent off-cycle elections or key parts of the electoral process in order to strengthen its processes ahead of the year 2027 general elections, including 1. Logistics and deployment of personnel and materials, polling unit opening times, beavers performance and accreditation challenges.
The Situation Room commends the people of Osun State for turning out in large numbers to exercise their democratic right and relative peaceful manner in which the election was conducted. Opeta Ago, AIT News, Abuja.
Yaga Africa, a non-government organization, says the just concluded Osun governorship election has provided a crucial test of Nigeria's electoral preparedness, security, neutrality, and public confidence ahead of the 2027 general election. The chairman of the Osun Election Observer Mission, Asman Mekudi, stated this during a press conference in Osogbo. According to the group, observations from the election indicate that INEC and the security agencies largely passed the test, particularly in the management of the electoral process and maintenance of security during the exercise. She noted that the significance of the election goes beyond Osun State, describing it as the last major governorship election before the 2027 general election and an early test of the Electoral Act 2026 and the new regulatory framework for election administration and results management.
Because it was a carnival-like atmosphere at the entrance of the Osun State Secretariat.
Ahead of the Osun governorship election, we describe the poll as a defining test of electoral preparedness, security neutrality, and public trust. We argue that the readiness of INEC, security agencies, and political parties will be judged by their conduct and performance on election day. With the election concluded, the evidence suggests that INEC and security agencies largely passed the test. This conclusion is important because Osun was not an ordinary off-cycle election. It was the last major governorship election before the 2027 general election and one of the earliest major tests of the Electoral Act 2026 as amended, and the new regulatory framework for election administration and results management. One of the clearest improvements was election day logistics, despite the significant disruption caused by the last-minute court ordered inclusion of the Social Democratic Party.
As the outcome of the election therefore provides important lessons for stakeholders, particularly INEC, security agencies, and political parties, as preparation intensifies for the 2027 general elections, with public trust remaining central to the credibility of Nigeria's electoral process. And still in Osun State, it was a celebration of victory, solidarity, and renewed hope as workers and pensioners celebrate Governor Ademola Adeleke's victory in Saturday's governorship election in the state. Olatunde Olajide reports that the celebration also provided an opportunity for workers to express their expectations from the government.
It was a carnival-like atmosphere at the entrance of the Osun State Secretariat as the organized labor and pensioners gathered in their numbers to celebrate the victory of Governor Ademola Adeleke in Saturday's governorship election. For the organized labor, this celebration is not just a show of solidarity, but a reflection of the collective strength of workers across the state.
Before now, we've been telling them that as far as workers are concerned and pensioners, you have to treat them well. Whatever Mr. Governor is seeing today is just a result of his good deeds towards workers and pensioners. Welfareism is always the force as far as the government is concerned. We want to appreciate him. And this victory is not just a victory, it is victory for all.
The gathering created a renewed call for the government to sustain the policy that have earned their confidence while doing more to improve the welfare of workers and retirees.
giving us priority. I want it to continue giving us priority. I'm looking forward to housing scheme in Osun State where workers will be able to have something to live as a place of abode even after retirement. I will expect the issue of the outstanding bonds for the minimum wage for the pensioners to be settled once and for all. I will expect the promotion, and as soon as the new minimum wage come into being by next year, I will expect him, even as he did during the first minimum wage, which we did in 2024, to be among the first again that we adopt and implement the minimum wage for workers.
Beyond the celebration, organized labor says the victory is a call to prioritize workers' welfare and improve the livelihoods of people across the state. Olatunde Olajide, AIT News, Osogbo.
Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has expressed satisfaction with the conduct of Monday's local government elections, describing political parties that withdrew from the exercise as cowards. The governor said the decision to boycott the election would not undermine the legitimacy of the outcome. The governor said this while speaking to journalists after casting his vote.
But in this appalling unit, 008 in Yonwanduguri Alkaleri local government area was where Governor Bala Mohammed, alongside his wife, the First Lady of Bauchi State Aisha Bala Mohammed, joined other voters to cast their ballot. Speaking after voting, Governor Bala Mohammed commended the conduct of the election, describing the exercise as a testing ground for his party, the Allied People's Movement, ahead of the 2027 general elections. He challenged political parties that withdrew from the election to participate in the democratic process and test their popularity among the electorate.
All my expectations are victory for APM, the new party. It's a testing ground. This is the first time the party we have brought on board is going for election. And I can see some people are cowards. They have even checked out of the election because they knew they will lose. They are disconnected from the people. They have no campaign. You have been following our campaign trails. Once it is an opportunity, if they had listened to me, my advice that they should have gone ahead to test their popularity.
The governor also called on the electorate to have confidence in the electoral process and continue to participate in elections, assuring them that their votes will be counted.
If you sit down at home and think that the federal government will give you latitude and leverage to win an election, President Tinubu is showing people that he is a Democrat. I have seen what happened in Osun. The people voted and their voted counted. And so people should know that there is no any person that is going to install them. There is no monarchy and no, this is a democratic governance.
Also speaking, the chairperson of the Bauchi State Independent Electoral Commission, Jumai Abubakar, described the election as a heat-free exercise. She attributed the smooth conduct of the election to the Commission's early preparations. Suleiman Issa, AIT News Bauchi.
And ahead of the 2027 general elections, Chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria and Catholic Bishop of Kontagora Diocese in Niger State, Most Reverend Bulus Yohana, has warned Nigerians and Christians that silence will not be golden when electing a listening leader. Yohana, who said this in Mina, charged Nigerians and Christians of voting age to obtain their permanent voter card and participate actively in politics.
It's not that we are fighting, we had...
The call by the clergyman comes in response to the recent protests in some quarters by some Christian communities alleging marginalization. The CAN chairman, Bishop Bulus Yohana, expressed concern over what he described as disparities in political appointments and selections, saying Christians and Nigerians must wake up and become part of the political process.
One thing I know, of course, that is sure, INEC does not count on your prayers, but will count only your votes. Prayer is good, but voting during elections backed with prayers is better.
This view was also shared by its 7-year-old elder statesman and retired civil servant Peterson Kaura, who served as the former chairman of the Niger State Local Government Service Commission, urging Christian youths to reject the notion that politics is inherently dirty.
The truth remains that so long as we do not care about politics, we should be ready to continue with what we're experiencing. And I hope that everyone who is of age has gotten their PVCs.
Their politics is dirty. It is not. Come in and put it to be right as you want to have it. If you go into politics as Christians, I expect that you go in with the virtues of Christianity. What are those virtues? Honesty, sincerity, transparency, and the utmost willingness to serve the people.
Both Bishop Johanna and Elder Kawa also used the medium to urge political leaders at all levels to govern for the benefit of all citizens, irrespective of who voted for them. Zachary Omale, AIT News, Mina.
You're still watching the news on AIT. Up next now is Business Report. Ahead of the reunion, Nigeria's headline inflation rate has eased to 15.43% in July, offering some relief on the annual inflation trend. But for the ordinary Nigerian buying food, paying transport fares, or shopping for household essentials, the pressure is far from over. That is because food inflation accelerated to 5.56% month on month, meaning prices of staple continue to rise every day. For many Nigerians, the reality of inflation is not just a percentage on a report. It is the trader who has to increase the price of basket tomatoes, the parents spending more to put food on the table, and the commuters adjusting daily expenses because of the cost of transportation. The latest figures from the National Bureau of Statistics show that while the overall pace of price increases is slowing, food remains a major concern. Headline inflation rate fell 15.91% in June to 15.43% in July, and is significantly lower than the 24.94% recorded in July last year. The Consumer Price Index, which measures changes in the prices of goods and services, rose to 145.3 points in July, up by 2.2 points from the previous month. On a month-on-month basis, inflation also slowed to 1.57% compared with 1.66% in June. But the food basket tells a different story. Food inflation stood at 20.31% year-on-year, lower than the 26.20% recorded a year earlier. However, on a monthly basis, food inflation jumped from 3.75% in June to 5.56% in July. The NBS linked the increase to price movement in everyday items including rice, tomatoes, onions, garri, plantain, beef, eggs, pepper, and other food commodities. For consumers already struggling to stretch their income, this means that even with the overall inflation rate slowing, the cost of filling the family's food basket remains a major challenge. The impact was not the same across the country. Urban inflation stood at 16.12%, higher than the 13.77% recorded in rural areas. Food inflation was particularly severe in Adamawa, where it reached 51.36% year-on-year. So, while the July figures suggest that Nigeria's inflation problem is gradually cooling on an annual basis, the pressure at the food markets remains intense. For the average households, the real test will be whether this moderation in inflation eventually translates into more affordable food and lower day-to-day living costs. And Eurobond investors and the World Bank International Development Association now account for about 71% of the total external debt owed by Nigeria, as external debt rose to $51.90 billion as of March 31st, 2026. Eurobond investors remain Nigeria's largest external creditors, holding $18.55 billion, and that's 35.73% of the total debt. While the World Bank's IDA is owed $18.39 billion, representing 35.43% Together, both creditors account for more than 7/10 of Nigeria's foreign debt, while Export-Import Bank of China ranks third with $4.95 billion, followed by African Development Bank with $2.19 billion. The figures further show that Nigeria's top 10 external creditors account for about 97.2% of the total external debt. And that's it on business reports. We'll move on to other stories on the News Hour. Ahead of a reunion of victims rescued from the February 3rd, 2026 massacre and abduction of 176 villagers in Woro, Kayama local government area of Kwara State, the United Nations Children Fund, the Kwara State government, and other partners are providing mental health and psychosocial support for families and community members. According to the UNICEF Chief of Field Office in Kaduna, Dr. Gereda Birukula, who was represented by WASH specialists of the agency, that is APAMA, at the inauguration of the 2-day social support services training in Ilorin, the state capital. The initiative is aimed at preventing discrimination, depression, and other psychosocial challenges while preparing the community to receive the survivors with care and understanding.
Speaking at the inauguration of a 2-day psychosocial support training in Ilorin, UNICEF Chief of Field Office Kaduna, Dr. Gerida Birukila, said the program would equip participants to create a supportive environment for the survivors after their traumatic experience.
So this training has come at a time when about 153 people have been released, and we know that they're going back, eventually they're going back to their communities. Now we want to prepare welcoming hands for those people when they return to their communities, so that the trauma of what they have been through in the past 6 months does not take a toll on them. So people here are going to be trained on psychosocial support and mental health.
The State Commissioner for Social Development, Dr. Miriam Nafatima Imam, and other speakers stressed the importance of mental health support in helping the survivors rebuild their lives and look forward to a better future.
Ministry has been in partnership with UNICEF and also GLOWWORK in trying to see how to rehabilitate the victims that were released and to making sure that they have a normal life.
Training is to help the trainers to ensure that those who went through this trauma believe that they still have strength.
People need counseling. They need, because of the trauma on them, they need people that will be talking to them.
The Woro survivors were rescued by security operatives earlier in August and have remained under the care and monitoring of Kwara State government, including medical attention ahead of their reunification with their families and community. Olufemi Akobi, AIT News, Ilorin.
5 people have been confirmed dead after a boat capsized on the Kudi River near Shabawashi village in Kacha local government area of Niger State. The incident occurred on Saturday, August 15. The Niger State Emergency Management Agency said the details of the incident still remain sketchy as they have yet to receive detailed information. The agency said that though it is not privy to all the details, it can confirm that the deceased were all males. Meanwhile, the Niger State Police Command in a statement said that all the bodies of the deceased have been recovered and buried according to Islamic rites. Some residents of Gurara local government area of Niger State have appealed to the Niger State government to urgently intervene in the prolonged electricity blackout affecting several communities in the area. In an open letter dated August 13 and signed by Muhammad Musa on behalf of concerned residents of Gurara, the people commended the present administration's ongoing infrastructural developments and other initiatives under the new Niger agenda. The residents, however, called on the governor's attention to what they describe as an age-long electricity crisis, saying more. Some areas in communities including Gawu, Lambata, Izom, Tufa, and Bonu have reportedly been without electricity for more than 10 years. Some areas are said to be on solar power. According to the letter, the prolonged blackout has negatively affected small businesses, healthcare services, education, and agricultural activities, while also limiting opportunities for youth to acquire and engage in digital skills. 18 national health fellows who will monitor primary healthcare programs, gather field data, and provide independent feedback on implementation have graduated from a training in program in Cross River State. The graduation forms part of the federal government's effort to strengthen accountability and service delivery in the states.
For health policy to make a difference, its impact must ultimately be seen beyond government offices, at the primary healthcare centers, and in the communities where people seek care. That is the space the National Health Fellows are being positioned to help monitor.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for yourself again.
In Cross River State, 18 young professionals have completed Cohort 1 of the Federal Government Fellowship following months of training and mentorship in health monitoring, data collection, reporting and community engagement. The State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Henry Ayuk, says the value of the fellows lies in the ability to take the monitoring process closer to where healthcare services are delivered.
This is another is an approach that has been designed by the current government to reach out and identify and create and assessment down.
Other health officials say the experience is expected not only to strengthen grassroots monitoring and the quality of information available to the government, but also to equip young professionals.
It's supposed to be creative, to be innovative, to add value to the healthcare system, even at the local government level. In Africa, we have started, and those who have said they have already made the achievement, and we are very proud of you for what you have done.
The health fellows are impacting there, carrying out advocacy visits, engaging the stakeholders, identifying gaps, and equally reporting on time the gaps that they have already identified in the field. So basically, they are strengthening the health system.
The program is also designed to develop young professionals as future health sector leaders with practical experience in data, monitoring, advocacy, leadership, and community engagement. In Emersat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
For many Nigerians living with cancer or severe liver disease, the struggle does not end with diagnosis. Access to specialized treatment remains a major challenge, while the high cost of seeking care abroad puts life-saving procedures beyond the reach of many families. Health experts are now looking beyond treatment centers, focusing on building local capacity to perform complex liver procedures in Nigeria. This is the focus of a collaboration at Zenith Medical and Kidney Center, where medical experts from the United States visited the facility to assess its capacity and explore ways of developing a partnership that could help save lives.
Experts from Mayo Clinic in the United States of America, who are also members of the African Hepatopancreatobilary Cancer Consortium, have selected Zenith Medical and Kidney Center as a center to support the development of liver transplantation in Nigeria. The consortium brings together specialists including hepatologists, liver transplant surgeons and oncologists with the goal of strengthening access to advanced liver and cancer care in Africa. The initiative is expected to be the first of its kind in Nigeria and will focus on patients with hepatitis B and C, liver tumors, conditions that can cause severe liver damage and in some cases require transplantation.
Quite a number of our patients can't even make it out. So when you bring these things back home, we're able to treat our own population, local solution to our own local problems. With their help, we'll be able to get the level of expertise that we need to do that, and it will go a long way in looking after Nigerians who have liver disease. Quite a number of people have alcoholic liver disease, hepatitis B, C infection, liver cirrhosis, liver tumors, they don't even have the funds to travel. And that will help reduce mortality in that area.
Under the proposed partnership, Nigerian doctors and other healthcare professionals will receive specialized training at leading centers abroad with the goal of bringing the expertise back home.
It's sad that despite, our strategic location in Africa, we still do not have that liver transplant. But we have experience in kidney transplant, that's been ongoing for years. So they are here to assess and to partner with both the private and public sectors, to see how we can start this liver transplant program in the country.
Most people from here, which are here, go to overseas countries to get the transplant done. It's not only inconvenient but also expensive. And if you have own transplant center here, that will serve a huge number of population who deserve it.
The infrastructure that exists here for kidney transplant is a natural foundation for building a liver transplant program. So it doesn't require duplication of a lot of services. The foundation is already here to manage solid organ transplantation and the aftercare. And so this seems like a very logical place to consider the beginnings of a liver transplant program.
The ultimate goal is to establish local capacity for complex liver care, provide access to life-saving procedures, and reduce the number of Nigerians forced to travel abroad for specialized treatment. Ogom Ezedimbo, AIT News, Abuja.
The following scene, President Donald Trump has threatened to bomb Oman, a U.S. ally, if it gets in the way of his administration's own talks with Iran. Fox News reports the U.S. and Oman have been negotiating separately with Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a waterway that is vital to the global economy. It has been largely closed for nearly 6 months during the U.S.-Iran war. A reporter for Fox said the U.S. president made the threat to Oman while using an expletive during the phone interview. Earlier in the day, Iranian officials said they were close to finalizing a deal with Oman. Meanwhile, the future of talks between the U.S. and Iran is unclear, as a 60-day memorandum of understanding between the two sides is expiring. Since the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran in February, Tehran has likely blocked the Strait of Hormuz, through which about a fifth of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas usually passes. Reopening it has been a key point of discussion. 9 people have been killed and 23 injured, including a child, in the Ukrainian strikes on Russia, local officials have said. 8 people were killed in the western Belgorod region bordering Ukraine in the past 24 hours. A woman died overnight in the southern Astrakhan region. Ukraine said 2 people were killed in Russian drone attacks on the northeastern Sumy region and another 2 in the eastern Donetsk region. The strikes comes a night after what Russia described as the largest scale attack by Ukraine this year, in which at least 7 people were killed. Russian attacks on Ukraine also killed at least 7 people and injured more than 39 on Saturday night. Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 and currently controls approximately a fifth of Ukrainian territory. The latest Ukrainian strikes burned a building and damaged the car in Belgorod's village of Koloskovo, acting regional governor Alexander Shuvra said. The injured child was sent to hospital while 2 others received medical assistance. Meanwhile, a woman was killed after a drone strike hit a home in the Astrakhan region, the local governor said on Monday. You're still watching the news on AIT. Up next is Sports Track. Nigeria struggles at the major international football event, most recently the disappointing performance of the Super Falcons at the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations have been linked to wider challenges within the country's sports sector. The former NFL presidential candidate Christian Emeruwa says the setback goes beyond football leadership, blaming what he described as failures within Nigeria's broader sport ecosystem.
Former NFF presidential candidate Christian Emeruwa says the inability of the Super Falcons to secure a ticket to the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup should not rest solely on the country's football leadership. He says the setback reflects deeper problems within Nigeria's entire sports ecosystem. The former CAF head of safety and security argues that political, ethnic, regional, and religious considerations have increasingly influenced sporting decisions, often at the expense of competence and professionalism.
It's not only leadership when it comes to football and sports in Nigeria. It's a system and the system actually goes beyond the Nigerian Football Federation. And I'm saying this because as an expert and a professional in sports organizational administration, you must ask some fundamental questions today. if a child wants to play any sports in Nigeria, where can that child play the sports? Where are the fields? Where are the tracks? Where are the swimming pools within the environment area where people can actually learn how to swim? Where are the coaches that will prepare these people? What program do we have to identify talents, nurture the talents, and prepare them for podium performances?
Emerua says the situation requires urgent action, suggesting the declaration of a state of emergency in Nigeria's sports sector. He describes the current system as one that does not adequately support excellent and sustainable success.
This is not to say that we do not have people that can drive the process of our sports. I have seen very good people come into our sporting ecosystem, but because the system does not permit goodness, so to speak, they are so much, they are silenced, they are made irrelevant. So it's not enough for us each time we have these setbacks to clamor for change of leadership or change of coaches. We should begin to ask very serious questions. Do we not need at this point a national declaration of state of emergency on our sporting system in Nigeria? If not, then what are we talking about?
Emerua was among 10 candidates who contested the September 2022 NFF election, which saw Ibrahim Gusau emerge as the 44th president of the Nigeria Football Federation.
And that's it on Sport Track, and that also concludes the news hour. Many thanks for joining us. I am Olamide Areyo.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. Welcome to Political Platform, a program that runs simultaneously on Repa Radio and Africa Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amechi Anapwe. The outcome of Osun's governorship election, yes. Everybody was waiting for the outcome of that election that has given Governor Demola Adeleke another 4-year mandate after he defeated the APC candidate Shola Oyebamiji. Beyond the ballot box, however, the results raises important questions about the future of politics and governance in Osun State. With the election now settled, can Governor Adeleke translate the renewed mandate into good governance? Will the administration be able to bridge political divisions and govern inclusively, particularly after a fiercely contested election? Over 30 persons were killed in the process. Do you remember them? Politically, the result also carries significance beyond Osun State. Coming less than a year, can say matter of months, before the 2027 general election, it offers the opposition a moral boost and raises questions about the APC's electoral strength, especially in the southwest, the home base of the president who is running for a second term. But can the Osun result be replicated nationally, or are local political structures, personalities, and state-specific issues more decisive? For the APC, the ruling party at the federal level, what lessons for them? especially from the defeat? And for the opposition, can the apparent momentum be converted into a credible national challenge in 2027? So many opposition members are saying the Osun template is what they will use to snatch power from the ruling party at the federal level in 2027. We will examine the Osun verdicts, its implications for governance and political stability in the state, and what it could mean for the battle for power in 2027. We'll be joined by Hilliard Etta, former acting national chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, and much later Bamidele Salam, a member of the House of Representatives, who is of the Accord Party. In fact, he represents the winner of that election in Ede constituency at the federal level. But before all this, my colleagues are with me. They will be providing perspectives and analysis of the outcome of that election. Mustafa Mohammed is there, Sholaja Sim is there, and Uju Eje also here. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, let's start off with sights and sound of the aftermath of that election. Of course, we'll be hearing sounds of victory. You know, victory has many fathers. Defeat is an orphan. Whenever you go into a contest and somebody who emerges victorious, you see everybody, including those that worked against that person, join in the victory dance. Let's take a listen.
James is one of the official gates representatives in Oshogbo. What I feel about the election is like this is what people wanted. Happening now. This is pure politics. Like they're not playing any game here in Osho State. People want Imole, and they have Imole everywhere. It's everywhere. The dynamics are changing, and we are moving from traditional voting pattern to Gen Z voting pattern. You can see the turnout yesterday. Everybody trooped out from Iwo to Ikire to Ikiru to Ife. We all want Imole, massive turnout everywhere. Imole. You don't want anything. You don't even
we vote and our votes counted, and that is why we are here to celebrate our dear governor, His Excellency Ademola Nuruddin Adeleke.
So concerning the election, I feel so excited. I feel happy. Honestly, I can't even believe it can go smoothly the way it is. So firstly, I'm very grateful to God Almighty because Alone is in everything. Alone is I never believed that this election can be possible, honestly, because all the things we've been hearing up and down, honestly, it really caused panic to everyone. So I really give God glory. Thank you to our governor. We say we appreciate what you have been doing, and we want more of what you have been doing before now. We want more and more. We are saying thank you to our dear governor. Imole.
Yes, you could say that the celebration was spontaneous on the streets of Oshogbo, as you can see from the sights and sound we shared there. But the governor, the winner of that election, Governor Ademola Adeleke, was also speaking, and he's also linking the victory and its consequences to Abuja, Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory.
At this point, I must deeply appreciate Mr. President, His Excellency, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his strong support for a free and fair election. Mr. President is a son of Osun State, and I hereby reaffirmed my earlier endorsement
of him for a second term in the 2027 presidential election. So win for Accord Party or win for APC is a victory for President Bola Tinubu, especially as 2027 is concerned. That's where it's playing out.
Yes, I am so glad, like that young lady who spoke a while ago said she was so scared she thought the election would not hold, given the level of violence that took place before the election. And so I guess as Nigerians, we are all relieved that there was no bloodshed and that the security agencies were able to rise up to the occasion. And even the people of Osun State comported themselves very well. I think the victory goes more to the people. And it is a good thing that it has come, and at least we can now begin to hope for credible, free and fair elections in 2027. Haven't seen how INEC and the security agencies handled this one. It raises a measure of hope. And then if you want to look at the election itself, if you want to analyze and say, hey, how did Accord defeat APC? Although you could see that APC tried a lot, 444 to Accord's 511. Oh. So, that wasn't a bad performance. But I spoke with some persons, some Osun citizens, and they told me that maybe if APC had fielded another person other than Oyebamiji, they would have performed better. And I said, why? I mean, he's an eminent Nigerian. He's a prominent Osun. And they said, he was owing the people a debt that he needed to pay. And they had to make sure that he paid that debt. A political debt, the civil servants. That he was the one during the time of Aregbesola and Oyetola as a commissioner for finance under Aregbe and also Oyetola, that he was the one who implemented the policy of half salary. And the citizens, particularly the civil servants, had been bitter against him since then, and they were waiting to collect these debts, and they made sure they did.
So they extracted it in full pound. Shola Jaisimi.
Well, I'm moving straight beyond the results that have been declared. We know now that Demola Adeleke will stay put in Osun Government House. I didn't see him dance much yesterday.
He said he's coming to Abuja to dance with Bola Tinubu.
So, but the weightier matters are these. Number one, the All Progressives Congress, the national party, I've not heard anything from them. Number two,
what we are hearing is that they're reviewing whether they will challenge this election in court.
That is from the APC in Osun State.
Yes, in Osun State.
Yes, where Kola Olabisi, the spokesperson of the APC in the state, said, we are looking whether we will. The party has a right to challenge this result based on what it believes may be things that went under. But the fundamental questions we've asked ourselves across the weekend when we had programming on this is the aspect of for 4 hours the upload of results just ceased. Earlier there was something coming, then it got to like 92% delay. So, and of course you saw Mr. Demola Adeleke, the governor, saying release these results, don't allow anything to happen. But I want to go straight into the post results declaration comments of Mr. Adeleke, the governor of Osun State. Very elated, he's happy, and his supporters are also screaming. The daybreak has come, light has come, and we are continuing what we are doing for the people. He said on national television, one of the networks, that I am supporting Mr. President for re-election because he's a Yoruba man. That speaks volumes.
From the Southwest.
If he's from Yoruba.
Yes.
So that speaks volumes. So the politics of Awalukon is spread all through, And Festus Keyamo, the aviation minister to the government, has also said in his own comments on X, he said, we congratulate you for your victory, but remember, agreement is agreement. So you can see the dynamics that have played out.
That's why I say whenever it swings, Tinubu is the winner.
That is what they think.
Yes.
But let's look at it from another perspective again. Politics is a game of numbers and interest. There's no doubt about it. So you can see people, jubilating on the screen there. As he speaks now, Yebanji is seemingly an orphan. He hasn't said anything. A man that put all his mind, said, look, my political supporters in Abuja, everywhere, you are with me. He hasn't said a word.
He would dare not go to the court to challenge that election. When the Babas that be in APC will not allow him.
Yeah, the Babas have already spoken now.
Yes.
Tinubu, before results were declared, sent congratulatory message to Adeleke to tell him that congrats and all of that. So whatever the agreements they have, the lesson we must learn as the electorate and the citizenry is that politicians will always reach their agreements. Don't die for them. Don't abuse anybody for them. Don't stick your neck out. Maybe if you have something you're going to get after.
If you have a stake, if you don't have a stake,
patronage and all of that. Because they will always, come to agreement at a particular point. But the politics of Osun State, I would say, with all humility, because even like we remember, the presidential candidate of the Accord Party for this election, the one that INEC has listed, Mr. Imomo Leyin or something like that, I can't remember how it's pronounced, has already withdrawn from the race. So Accord Party is someone...
the INEC listed him because there's another claimant.
That's what I said to that. Yes, we know Olawekwu Kashim is saying some things.
That has been cut.
Yes. So it's clear that Osun State knows the direction it is going. Try to ensure that this place is safe for Mr. President. The ADC candidate who came third, just 17,000 votes, very paltry, with article saying, remember I'm married to your daughter.
Remember your daughter is in my house.
Aha. So it goes to that.
You didn't specify which part of the house, whether it's the husband room, or in the living room, or in the sit-out, or like what? This election, the wife.
Yes. So we know that he was referring to Madam Titi,
yes,
his wife, who has been all at the screaming. So for ADC now, ADC is like a case of Meshanu.
I think that this election didn't really have to do with ADC because one, they were not quite prepared for this election.
Mr. Mohammed, there's one issue Sholaja Sini raised, the statement credited to Governor Adeleke. He predicated his support for the president in the 2027 election to the fact that he's a Yoruba man. Now, I find it very concerning. In this age and time, yes, he has all the right to support the president, but reducing it to ethnic sentiments. I mean, he needs to be called out because you're not sending the right message to other citizens. At a time we are trying to evolve the Nigerian society, at a time we are saying all these cleavages, all these sentiments, we should push them back. They've not led us to anywhere. And I also think about Sheikh Jingi, who he has continued to say he has no regret over raising religion and making it his main reason for supporting a candidate in 2027. He has not made another statement. Even if a Muslim candidate who becomes a president will make him feed on herbs, that if the times are so hard, he's feeding on herbs, it is okay for him rather than a Christian giving him chicken. So these are extremist views. I think the governor of Osun State must come out to clarify, for the sake of our democracy, for the sake of the unity of our country. He must offer explanations as to why he is supporting the president and not merely it's so crude and so it's not what someone can
disagree with you. You have asked several questions at one go, but yes, I think I will take the issues one after the other. If you are talking about Sheikh Jingiri, he is not speaking on behalf of the Muslims. In fact, he doesn't even understand the scriptures that he is preaching. Sheikh Nura Khalid was here. The first constitution of the Muslims in Medina when the Prophet migrated abhors discrimination. Christians and Jews and animists all have a right to practice, and they should not be discriminated in governance. So forget about Sheikh Jingir. He is not speaking for the Muslims, and we don't agree with what he is saying. Secondly, Nigerians know under the Muslim ticket, first tenure of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, somebody needs to really prove to us if any Christian has suffered because the president is a Muslim, the vice president is also a Muslim. In fact, in his cabinet, you have more Christian appointees. Nigeria needs a Nigerian president, no matter what creed he is following. So I usually don't like listening to people who are trying to drum up religious sentiments. And coming back to the issue of tribe, ethnicity is a very strong element in our politics.
Identity politics.
Right from before the First Republic, the First Republic, aborted Third Republic. We knew how the Southwest had always been united, even though Akintola Williams had alliance with Sadona of Sokoto and the NPC. And we've also seen for a very long time the call for an Igbo president from the south is where you came from. So Nigerians have right to call for whatever thing they want, but that should not be to the detriment of other nationalities in Nigeria. What we want is...
You're right. No. You're right. Stop square the right of others.
But the truth of the matter,
political leaders who people look up to. Because we need to look at the import of what the government...
Just to clarify,
we need to look at that import. For instance, the reaction it can throw up is not what we may not control. Now, you have a governor of Anambra State who says, I am supporting Tinubu against a candidate from my state because of his reforms. Yes, that's a rational basis. Then we know it's based on competence. You talked about we are going to elect a president of Nigeria, not a president of Yoruba ethnic extraction. So when leaders, people who are supposed to be leaders, make this statement that appear extreme, we have a duty to tell them, no, the consequences may be too grave for our country.
The truth of the matter is, in the 21st century, the average Nigerian electorate is not an ignorant person. He can be a mischievous person that can be bought, can be given hashish, Indian hemp, given money and dagger. Some, not all, to go and do the wrong thing. But the issue is you needed a courageous president who can give us roads, who can give us bridges, who can address insecurity, who can address corruption, who can make the institutions of government, whether ministries or parastatals, to start working. It doesn't matter if it's a president from Igbo, Yoruba, Machama, Girom. Okay? Where Nigerians fail is that Nigerians usually fail to find out. Okay, Buhari is from Daura, the Hausa Fulani man with ancestry to Niger, according to some historians. When he did voters, have he reduced the poverty in the Northwest? Have he reduced the insecurity?
Honestly, I am looking at it as something that we should not make a mountain out of, because I see it as a case of a man who was desperate to win his election and had to play many cards, including the ethnic card, in order for him to win. Don't forget that there are, he has a history of Igbos in his family. His mother was Igbo, is married to an Igbo woman. His brother is married to an Igbo woman. So you can't really say he's a tribalist. You can't an ethnic bigot. Yes. And then again, remember the Lagos Labour Party candidate who was told that he was no longer Yoruba because his mother was an Igbo woman. Okay. When he came to an election, means that his father is Yoruba. So Yorubas have their politics.
Yes.
Mr. Adeleke, the returned governor of Osun State, has a right to support whosoever he wants to support.
He has this one vote.
And his wife, Uju, has emphasized to us that he knows the politics he is playing to get back to that government house. That's the finality.
And the finality for me is that we should move away from ethnic politics. He has his right to support whoever is supporting, but to base it on ethnicity, if wrong in my perspective, and should be condemned in its entirety. It sends the wrong signal, and we should not allow it in this present 21st century. Let's go for a break. When we come back, we'll welcome our guest, member of the House of Representatives, Bamidele Salam, will join us, and former acting national chairman of APC is also here with us. To stay with us.
Stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
We are concerned. We noted isolated cases of miscommitment of the polling materials, manufacture of beavers in a few locations, incidents of folk dying in some polling units reported. We heard INEC and security agents to investigate these and take correct measures to strengthen the future of the election. Collaboration with traditional rulers. We also suggest to INEC to develop a structures and strategy to partner with traditional institutions on voter education, particularly in the area where voters education and communal conflict management arises. We observe at this point, I must deeply appreciate Mr. President, His Excellency, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his strong support for a free and fair election. Mr. President is a son of Osun State, and I hereby reaffirmed my earlier endorsement of him for a second term in the 2027 presidential election.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Let's welcome our guests in the studio here. We have Hilda Tafama, Acting National Secretary, Acting National Chairman of APC. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And from Ebe, I presume, in Osun State, the man that represents the new governor in the House of Representatives, Bamidele Salami, member of the Accord Party. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning. Good morning, Nigerians. I'm glad to be on the show this morning with you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Your voice is very strong right now.
Yes, we're happy, very happy. So I have a strong voice now. Thank you.
Okay, let's get your perspective. That election has come and gone. Good governance is what beckons. The celebration on the street very spontaneously shows clearly this is the victory that flowed from the people, and it tells you the winner has a burden to continue to deliver on good governance and the wider implication how it affects 2027. Let's get your perspectives.
Well, thank you very much. We begin by giving God all the glory, and we thank the good people of Osun State for standing by their governor, their servants, the governor of Osun, Ademola Ademola Jackson Adeleke, through all this trying period. It's one of the most contentious elections we have had in recent times in Nigeria, in terms of events preceding the election proper, the challenges of security, the kidney, the maiming, and whatever. But beyond all, the people stood to support the governor and deliver him again for a second term. And the governor does not take this lightly. For those who know him very well, he's a man whose heart is after the people. He believes very strongly that it's a very rare opportunity for him to occupy that exalted position, and he must, in all things he does, consider the welfare of the people, and is committed to using this second time to even deepen that love that people have for him, to deepen the bond that he has with the average man and woman in Osun State by delivering even on his promises and expanding on the things that he did in the first term,
which has endeared him to the heart of the people. I can assure you that the governor, Ademola Adeleke, is committed to continue good governance and impactful administration in the next 4 years in Osun State. Let me disappoint the people.
Let me clarify this.
Yeah. And I'm sure that he will, live up to it.
We saw his speech where he said he's supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of APC during the 2027 presidential election. Is this a case of Union Accord Party and Tory, the party away if he has won? He doesn't want to assist the same party that helped him toward victory in the 2027 election. Is this a quick betrayal?
No, absolutely not. You will remember that even before the governor left the People's Democratic Party, when he was in the PDP, he had always said that he believes very strongly that the North-South unwritten pact about power rotation in Nigeria should be honored, and that unless there's any compelling reason, anyone who is an incumbent administration should be able to complete the second term. So in the accord, there is no presidential candidate. The party does not have a presidential candidate. And the party considers that partnership with Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, just like some other political parties also have that kind of partnership with him. And that is what the governor is driving. Now, like I said on one show earlier this morning, it may not be like the sweetest thing to some of the party men or members, especially going by the vicious campaign that the APC ran against us in a show. Very vicious, very deadly, very bitter, contention that they did to hijack power in a show. But the governor is a man of his word. He doesn't want to go back on the commitments he gave, since he was even in the PDP, and he still continues to say, well, I will support the president because, one, I want us to deepen the respect for the North-South of power. Number two, he has projects that is also executing in our state that we want to support him to be able to complete. He has reforms that he's initiated that we want him to be able to complete, and so on and so forth. So it's not a matter of betrayal. They asked no presidential candidate, and the governor is not planning to leave the accord. He's not going to the APC. He's staying in his party to build this party into a platform that can win elections in so many other parts of the country in the years ahead.
Okay, Mr. Hilad, back to the studio. Your take on this governorship election, the outcome, and the moves of the party, the APC, your party, at the state, with the silence by the center.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate the governor, Governor Adeleke. Also congratulate the APC candidate, and also congratulate the Osun State people, the Osun people for the turnout. I was very impressed with the turnout because there has been a lot written and spoken about political apathy or electoral apathy. A lot of people are suspecting that because of certain variables that we may have very high apathy in the elections to come. And so the Osun election was quite illuminating. It was quite, it gave me joy, so to speak. But I have a particular perspective to the election that happened on Saturday, because even as a member of the NWC in those days, when the brother of the present governor, Senator Isiaka Adeleke, died, he died as an APC senator. A sitting senator. And in the by-election to replace him, the people of Osun also wanted the present governor to replace his brother. But because at that time, Governor Arepeshola did not want that to happen, he prevailed on the party to deny this governor the ticket of the party, and subsequently the man went to the PDP and won the election and became a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I know a little about the delegates.
And from Senate, he now contested the governorship.
Yes, from the Senate, he now contested the governorship. And so there is a little bit of similarity in what happened at that time and what happened in 2026, especially the primaries contest in our party. And my take has always been that except and until we have a proper internal democratic process, we will always face these kinds of things. Because you remember that after the so-called primaries, the contestants had to be settled by the president. The president, in our constitution, in the constitution of the party, the president has no business settling contestants of a particular office. What would have happened is that the people of Osun in APC would have settled the matter, and one person would have won, another would have followed in line and supported the person to contest this election. I'm very sure that perhaps the result of this election would have been different. But we continue to do the things that we do, and we for me, it's an injury to democracy. And until the party, the government party, and other parties begin to face very seriously the issue of internal democratic process, we will always have results like this. I don't think that the party should. I read somewhere that the party is considering legal route. I don't think that the party is correct in doing so. If you ask me, it is their responsibility to do whatever they think is right for the party. But if you ask me, as a party man, the election has been won and has been lost. There is no need to waste your time in the legal process. The reaction to the election showed clearly that the winner of the election was the electoral preference of the people of Osun.
Now, I would like to ask Salam, yes, Honorable Salam, I would like to ask, this election, Osun election, has been seen by many as a litmus test for for the 2027 election. Now, considering all the violence that went into over 30 people being killed, would you believe, like I do and some other persons, that it raises hope for credible election in 2027, free and fair?
Well, I wish one can use the outcome of the election to do, some form of political permutation on what is likely to happen in 2027. But the truth is that the problem we have with our electoral system is that we have institutions that are extremely weak. Institutions that have not been able to earn the trust and the confidence of the people. And these are institutions that are critical to delivering on free, fair, credible, and peaceful election. The Nigerian police, the INEC and other security agencies, and the police in particular in Osun has been the most disappointing of the institutions. I say this without any apology. The most disappointing institutions in the event preceding the election. All these killings, wanton destruction of billboards and whatever that you had would not have, continued if the police in Osun under the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Gotan, had acted decisively and in accordance with the powers donated to the police by the Nigerian Constitution to apprehend perpetrators and bring them to book. But what we saw was that because these perpetrators were members of the APC, the police decided to look away from the crime that was being perpetrated against the people of Osun State, and in some cases, even offering them cover. I'm telling you, I'm on television today. The police gave cover to the thugs who went about destroying billboards of the governor.
Okay.
A team of the Nigerian police force was following thugs who were taking axe and cutlass to break down billboards of the governor.
But the APC, Salam, the APC also pointed accusing fingers at a court party.
Excuse me, madam. You know, we are journalists, and this one thing that I think people point it's easy to point accusing fingers, but people can then go ahead and do their findings, and then you analyze all the videos and the photos you have. Did you see one single video anywhere of a vehicle marked with our own political party where thugs were shooting? I can provide you with 6 or such video of APC buses. They are online, where thugs were seen brandishing weapon and cutting down. What is 6? I can give you 20.
Okay, so madam, I'm here.
In APC branded that they are pointing accusing finger is nothing. The police must do their investigation, apprehend the perpetrators, and we have said that whoever they are, politics is not, it should not be an enabler for crime. Whoever they are, a member of anybody's political party, if they are a member of our political party, apprehend them, bring them to court, charge them to court, let them face the law. That is what is responsible. And the same thing we were talking about INEC. We found a lot of things very, very bizarre about the whole election. You know, changing of presiding officers, a day to the election, people that were already trained by INEC to be the presiding officers and suddenly change with strange names popping up on the INEC list, and nobody could offer any explanation. Changing coalition officers and bringing in all manner of strange people and what have you. Thank God the people stood their ground, and that was why we deliver that election.
Whenever you have a politician wade into matters of elections, you're likely to have a partisan perspective. But the one thing that I know is that if we must get it right,
I guess you're also a politician, sir.
Yes, I am. If we must get it right, we have to be able to speak truth to ourselves. There is no rigging, there is no violence that can ever be one-sided in an election like that. Okay, if you ask the APC people, they also lost human beings. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the truth of the matter is that let us address these matters without being partisan. Because, partisans are just labels. The human beings who lost their lives are people's brothers, people's sons, and people's fathers.
Absolutely.
So let's take away the toga. Let us take away the toga of parties and then address the issues of violence. I agree with him that the police was found wanting in Osun elections, and the police has to do better. The police has to do better, because I remember that a senator was caught talking about killing people. That senator should be made to face the law of the land. It does not matter who he is. If he speaks about taking the life of another Nigerian, he must answer to it. It does not matter whether it's APC, whether it's NDC or ADC. We are talking about a privileged Nigerian in a very high office speaking very glibly and flippantly about the lives of other people in his own state. Not even minding that by saying so, he may even orchestrate the demise of people that are close to him. So those kinds of things must be taken very seriously by the police. But of course, I always tell people that you cannot live above your dreams. You cannot expect Nigeria to be like a democracy that is 200 years old, 250 years old. We are still learning. And by the special grace of God, as we begin to call out people in high office, as we begin to call out organizations, as we begin to experience these things periodically, these institutions will get stronger. But we must do what he has done now. We must be able to call out the police. We must be able to call out institutions that have failed us in all of these kinds of elections. But to single out the political party it does not serve anybody. It doesn't serve the issue. The matter The matter on ground is that there was violence in Osun, and that violence was caused by political actors, regardless of which party that they belong to. And it should not be a part of our political culture. And so we must call it out, not minding whoever was involved.
Let me ask you this question quickly. Most analysis and focus about the police commissioner in Osun and his management team before the election, the assessment was negative. Do you think, to serve as an example to other police officers, the IG Disu should transfer him out? Or should
If you transfer a bad leader out of a place, you're taking him to another place to be a bad leader.
Let's be clear. The land was transferred out of Osun.
Yes.
That is Ibrahim Goto.
Temporary.
Yes, and the other gentleman was brought in, Mr. Erade was brought in, 2 weeks to this election. I should make that point very clear.
So that is what I'm saying. If I don't know his name, but if he was found wanting in an office, you cannot take him to another place to do the same thing to other people.
He's in the first headquarters now.
So what I'm saying is that, look, when a man has been found not to be able to do his job, he should be relieved of that job. You cannot post him to another place to go and what would I say?
Unleash his
bad behavior.
Reinforcing failure. That's what I found out.
Yes. You reinforce failure.
Reinforce failure, and that's where
the police force is a very sensitive institution in matters of elections, because it is what they do and what they do not do that can affect the level of violence, the level of complicity, the level of compliance.
Okay, let me ask Honorable Salam this. We just said to leave this. Yes. 444,000 Nigerians, Osun people, did not vote for Mr. Adeleke. How is your party? Because you're all smiles now. And all of you who are with Governor Adeleke, how will you assuage these 444,000 persons?
These are citizens of Osun State, regardless of the reasons why they didn't vote. We know some of the reasons. Some persons were induced heavily on the day of the election. 50,000, 30,000, 70,000. That was how the APC spent, to buy some. But that doesn't even matter now. The governor is the governor for all. He has said that in his post-election speech, that he's the governor for all. He does not have any axe to grind with anyone. He has extended his holy branch even to his main challenger, Mr. Muniruddin Oyebanji, who, as we speak, has still not called the governor to congratulate him. Regardless of whatever, the governor will continue to be governor for all, continue to be fair to all, continue to rule with the fear of God. It's an election. No, you can't have an election where everyone will vote for you. I mean, anyone who expects that is being unrealistic. You will certainly have some persons who, because of political allegiance, because of other allegiances, or because of inducement, will not want you to continue in office. I mean, that's normal.
Okay.
But the moment you emerge as the victor, you are the father of all, you are the governor of all. And the governor has said that he's going to run an inclusive administration. He is going to ensure that he reaches out to everyone who is of a different mindset or opinion ahead of the election. He is a man who does not believe in vengeance. Vengeance belongs to God. If God wants, he will take vengeance.
Yes.
He is a governor of all, and I'm very sure he will run an inclusive government, in Osun State.
That will be statesmanly. Now, the governor has also said he will be coming to Abuja to possibly dance with the president, and I want to ask, will you be coming with him, returning back to Abuja here with us to dance? And as you dance, an election will be coming up in January. You were a candidate in that election for a court party. As that dancing is on, I want to draw your attention to what happened to the AD, Alliance for Democracy, in 2003. I hope your position and those of the other court parties won't be danced away in that dance. In that tango, as this way.
Well, if the governor brings me along when he's coming to see the president, I'll be glad to come with him if he takes me along, so that we can dance with the president, the dance of joy. Now, on the issue of the fact that our election is holding on the same date with that of the president, we are politicians, and we have a set of electorates in Osun who are very, very enlightened. They are very, very enlightened. They can differentiate. There are 3 ballot papers probably on that date, one for the president, one for the senatorial candidate, one for the House of Reps candidate. I am the candidate of the House of Reps, and this is the federal constituency of the governor himself. We have 9 others who are also running on the platform of Accord, 3 senatorial candidates, and people can differentiate from one ballot paper to the other. So forget about it. We are not at risk at all. Okay. Whatever happens at the end of the day, Accord will deliver the 3 senators in Osun, write it down, and the 9 House of Reps in Osun, Accord will deliver.
Oh, thank you so much.
We will respect the view of the governor. We will vote for the president according to what our leader, the governor, Ademola Adeleke.
Okay, thank you. We have to thank you so much, but we also want to have
thank you so much.
To respond. It's a win-win situation for the president. Oyebamiji or Adeleke has their support.
Yes.
But an election is coming. What does it mean for the APC?
Well, I think really the question should be what it means for the opposition, because I seem to think that the opposition does not know that there is an election in January. You know, for someone like me, I prefer that we have a robust political environment where ideas are exchanged. There is a pollination of ideas. People speak of things that matter, because we are getting to a period, we are getting to a phase of Nigeria where people are now asking the real question. So I think that we should be able to know what these other parties think about education. We know what the APC is doing about education. Okay. I think we should be able to know what the ADC thinks about education, the NDC thinks about education. I think we ought to know what they think about taxation. We need to know what they think about foreign policy. So yes, it is not what they are doing now. Now we're just a few months to the election. What they are doing now does not augur well for the growth of democracy.
We'll have to leave it here. Let's hear from our viewers and listeners as we share the emails they have sent to us.
First one is from Collins Eze from Kubwa. He says, from the so-called federal might trying to rear its ugly head to the careless, violent utterances accompanied by killings in some parts of the state, the Osun election was delivered under a peaceful, free and fair atmosphere. This has indeed proven that when the people are properly informed, nobody will shortchange them. To the INEC, this is a clear test run for the 2027 general elections, as Nigerians expect a hitch-free, fair and credible outcome. I hereby call on the National Orientation Agency, civil society and religious organizations, as well as INEC Voter Education Directorate, to start educating Nigerians on the various roles expected of them, especially before, during, and after casting their votes. Finally, let me commend the security agencies for the neutrality displayed during the election. If that level of neutrality was shown weeks before the election, such magnitude of killings that preceded it would have been largely averted. Second one is from John Peters from Port Harcourt, and he says, the Osun State election has come and gone, with Governor Ademola Adeleke declared the winner. But beyond the victory and celebration lies a painful question. At what cost? Lives have reportedly been lost, families have been thrown into mourning, and communities have been subjected to fear and tension, all because of political competition. The politicians remain standing, but ordinary citizens often pay the highest price. Who rarely loses when elections become battles? We all do. Government must urgently examine the issue of off-cycle elections and, where constitutionally possible, harmonize election calendars to reduce prolonged political tension, massive security deployment, and the danger that often accompanies such contests. Politicians must remember, political opponents are not enemies, and elections are not wars. Power is temporary. Life is not. No election victory is worth the blood of an innocent Nigerian.
Emmanuel Nkawa has written in from Gowon Estate in Alimosho in Lagos. Please, I crave your indulgence to observe that the Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna refineries will soon be revived and function again as promised by President Tinubu is unfortunate and, like political economic rhetoric, as it's hypocritical. This is because Nigerians are of the same
are tired of the same empty promise over the years. Sadly enough, this is coming on the heels of the upcoming general elections. The big question is, what happens to the billions of naira sunk in that power sector and the windfalls from the subsidy removal? What happened to the renewed hope agenda President Tinubu promised Nigerians before he was elected? Here's appealing to the president to really do the magic and ensure that the 4 refineries are functional again, and not to leave the dispensation of fuel and gas to Nigerians to the whims and caprices of the Dangote refinery. And from our YouTube live stream, Bellbird Media says, so APC has same minds like this man on the show. His staff should be promoted. See how he condemned Senator Fadahunsi. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you to our guests in Ede, Osun State. That's a member of the House of Reps, Bamidele Salam, and to our guests in the studio, Hilia Deta. Thank you so much for joining us. And to my colleagues, Mustafa Shola and Uju, thank you also for being part of it. My name is Amechi Anakwe. Thank you for joining us today. Have a good
Anna Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Jufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have one's means of
accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach. They become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson and Mika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
Hello there. Thanks for joining us on Nigeria Today. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe.
And I am Binta Bukar. Welcome.
Let's begin on this note. Younger Africa, a non-governmental organization, says the just concluded Osun governorship election has provided a crucial test of Nigeria's electoral preparedness, security neutrality, and public confidence ahead of the 2027 general election.
According to the group, observations from the election indicate that INEC and the security agencies largely passed the test, particularly in the management of the electoral process and maintenance of security during the exercise. Makwidi noted that the significance of the election goes beyond Osun State, describing it as the last major governorship election before the 2027 general election, and an early test of the Electoral Act 2026 and the new regulatory framework for election administration and result management.
Ahead of the Osun governorship election, we describe the poll as a defining test of electoral preparedness, security neutrality, and public trust. We argue that the readiness of INEC, security agencies, and political parties will be judged by their conduct and performance on election day. With the election concluded, the evidence suggests that INEC and security agencies largely passed the test. This conclusion is important because Osun was not an ordinary off-cycle election. It was the last major governorship election before the 2027 general election and one of the earliest major tests of the Electoral Act 2026 as amended, and the new regulatory framework for election administration and results management. One of the clearest improvements was election day logistics, despite the significant disruption caused by the last-minute court ordered inclusion of the Social Democratic Party.
Younger Africa says the outcome of the election therefore provides important lessons for stakeholders particularly INEC, security agencies and political parties as preparations intensify for the 2027 general elections, with public trust remaining central to the credibility of Nigeria's electoral process.
It was a celebration of victory, solidarity, and renewed hope in Osun State as workers and pensioners celebrate Governor Ademola Adeleke's victory in Saturday's governorship election in the state. Olatunde Olajide reports that celebration also provided an opportunity for workers to express their expectations from the government.
It was a carnival-like atmosphere at the entrance of the Osun State Secretariat as the organized labor and pensioners gathered in their numbers to celebrate the victory of Governor Ademola Adeleke in Saturday's governorship election. For the organized labor, this celebration is not just a show of solidarity, but a reflection of the collective strength of workers across the state.
Before now, we've been telling them that as far as workers are concerned and pensioners, you have to treat them well. Whatever Mr. Governor is seeing today is just a result of his good deeds towards workers and pensioners. Welfareism is always the force as far as the government is concerned. We want to appreciate him. And this victory is not just a victory, it is victory for all.
The gathering created a renewed call for the government to sustain the policy that have earned their confidence while doing more to improve the welfare of workers and retirees.
They take it, giving us priority. I want it to continue to give us priority. I'm looking forward to housing scheme in Osun State where workers to be able to have something to live at a place of abode even after retirement. I will expect the issue of the outstanding bonds for the minimum wage for pensioners to be settled once and for all. I will expect the promotion, and as soon as the new minimum wage come into being by next year, I will expect him, even as he did during the first minimum wage, which we did in 2024, to be among the first again that we adopt and implement the minimum wage for workers.
Beyond the celebration, organized labor says the victory is a call to prioritize workers' welfare and improve the livelihoods of people across the state. Olatunde Olajide, AIT News, Osogbo.
And staying in Osun State, let's now join our correspondent there, Olatunde Olajide, to give us more on the outcome of the governorship election. Olajide.
Yeah.
Olajide, you've told us about...
I can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I understand that the mood in Osogbo at the moment is that of, excitement and jubilation and all of that. But apart from workers and pensioners, right? What other category of people are, taking the victory of the election, in high spirits as we speak?
Well, thank you. Apart from workers and pensioners, since yesterday around 5 a.m., people have been on the street of Osogbo to celebrate the victory of Governor Ademola Adeleke. It's not only workers. Even since around 8:30 yesterday evening, people are still on the street to celebrate and also the transport workers. The transport workers, they are also on the street with the victory of Governor Ademola Adeleke.
Olajide, are you telling us that the entire Osun State is very satisfied with Saturday's governorship election?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Olajide?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Are you saying that the entire Osun State is satisfied with Saturday's governorship election?
No. The entire politics like this, there are some people that they are not satisfied with the outcome of the election, especially the opposition party in the state, which they have announced in the first statement that they are trying to study the outcome of the election, and very soon they will reach out to the public to challenge the election at the court of law.
Olajide, Apart from the APC, I understand that the APC has announced that it is studying the result of the election and will take, further action regarding what its next step will be. Apart from the APC, I understand that there are 15 political parties that participated in the election. Have they said anything regarding the outcome, of the election yet?
Yes, I can confirm to you that the ABC governorship candidate have congratulated the governor of Osun State, Senator Ademola Adeleke, for the success of the winning of the election, and also the SDP candidate also have sent a message to governor to congratulate him, but some people will not do that. Maybe because we are not happy with the outcome of the election. But I can confirm to you that some political parties, some candidates have called Governor Ademola Adeleke to congratulate him.
Thank you very much, Olatunde Olajide, AIT's correspondent in Osogbo, Osun State. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And stayed in Osun State, Governor and candidate of the Accord Party, Ademola Adeleke, has commended President Bola Tinubu for his role in ensuring a peaceful and credible governorship election in the state. Speaking after being declared winner of Saturday's election in Ede, Osun State, Governor Adeleke said his vision is to transform Osun State from a civil service dependent state into an industrial hub with the development spread across the state. He described the election as a victory for democracy, saying there should be no victor or vanquish. Adeleke also called on other contestants to accept the outcome of the election and congratulated the people of Osun State for their peaceful conduct. The governor expressed appreciation to President Tinubu, who he said had personally called to congratulate him.
Is to make sure Osun State move from civil servant state to industrial state. And make sure all cut across Osun State, development is on. I love you, Osun State. I love you. Yes, this is no victor, no vanquish. I want them to come over, and I'm expecting Oyebanji to even pick as a civilized person to call me and congratulate me. And of course, I want to seize the opportunity to thank Mr. President. Mr. President has called me and he has congratulated me. And thank you, Mr. President, for making sure democracy lives on, because you fought for it. Mr. President, have a God.
That his administration remains committed to building an industrialized Osun State where development reaches every part of the state.
We'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll continue. Don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT, on air, online, online. The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, online.
Thanks for staying with us. If you're just tuning in, this is Nigeria Today on AIT. Now, joining us live in the studios is the Executive Director of Center for Transparency and Advocacy, Faith Nwadishi. Now, she was on a Situation program on Saturday to discuss the Osun governorship election, and she did promise the woman who lost her phone, who could also not cast her ballot because she couldn't locate her polling unit since she was elderly and because she lost her phone. And she did promise to provide her with a brand new mobile phone, and here she is. Madam Faith, thank you very much for joining tonight.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
Let me ask you this first of all. You promised to provide a woman you hardly even know. You don't know whether you will ever meet her again, and then you only just saw her on live TV, and you decided to provide her with a brand new phone, and here you have it. What, drives this gesture?
That woman, I have goosebumps around me right now, because that was exactly how I felt when I saw that woman. That woman epitomized a true Nigerian. A Nigerian that is patriotic, that is committed to building the kind of Nigeria we want. An elderly woman, also person with disability. She came out, according to her, spent about 5 hours, and she didn't find, and she was not bitter. She was not even bitter when they were interviewing her. She said, no, I came, I didn't see my name, I'm going home. I have to walk another 5, 10, 15 minutes to get home, and I lost my phone. That was where I just said, okay, we need to, encourage this woman and show that Nigerians, elderly Nigerians, still believe in the Nigerian project.
Oh, wow.
I want to ensure that they do that.
Madam Faith, you've done a lot of advocacy work. You've been in this advocacy business for a very long time. Such a case, is this something you get to see happen all the time?
It's not what we get to see all the time, but when you go out on election, you see a lot of elderly people. There was another man that said he voted first time in 1966.
That's right.
And he was actually out there on the field. So you see that commitment by elderly Nigerians showing the example that you have to do that. They are the ones who understand that they are the CEOs of the country. The power to hire and fire is in the voter's card. It's in the ballot. And that's what was shown in Osun on Saturday. So if we have elderly people showing that example, taking the right steps, we need younger people to look at them and understand that things can get better, but we need to be able to participate, get out of our shell, participate, do your own. Because everybody, we all have different stakeholders. As a citizen, it is your right to come out to vote and elect whoever you want to lead you. And that's what the example we have seen with that woman and a lot of other older people that we saw on the field on Saturday.
You are the Executive Director of Center for Transparency and Advocacy. Now, is it your organization that, decided on this gesture, or it's you?
No, it's a personal thing. It's me as Faith Nwadishi that has done this.
It's quite remarkable. Can we have a look at this?
Yes, so I just, this is the phone for the woman. Considering that this is, I hope that she's able to use this. I decided not to get a very complicated phone for her.
Oh, because she's quite elderly.
Yeah, elderly, exactly. Okay. But she can receive calls, she can send text messages, and I hope that INEC will follow up with her so that they can discover her where she's supposed to vote, and I'm sure she will vote 2027.
That's right. Because a lot of other people probably had that, challenge.
Exactly.
The Executive Director, Center for Transparency and Advocacy, Faith Nwadishi, many thanks indeed for this gesture and, of course, for joining Nigeria.
Thank you for the platform. And thank you to you, because you were the one that identified that woman.
Oh, okay.
I would love to hear her story. Thank you so much.
That's right.
Thank you.
It's good that she was found out eventually after all.
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now from Osun State, let's now take you to Bauchi State, where the state governor Bala Mohammed has expressed satisfaction with the conduct of Monday's local government election, describing the political parties that withdrew from the exercise as, I quote, cowards. The governor said their decision to boycott the election could not undermine the legitimacy of the outcome. He stated this while speaking to journalists after casting his vote at Berkindutse polling unit 008 in Dan Kujimba Ward, Yelwa, Duguri, Al-Kaliri local government area of the state.
Berkindutse polling unit 008 in Yelwa Al-Kaliri local government area was where Governor Bala Mohammed, alongside his wife, the First Lady of Bauchi State Aisha Bala Mohammed, joined other voters to cast their ballot. Speaking after voting, Governor Bala Mohammed commended the conduct of the election, describing the exercise as a testing ground for his party, the Allied People's Movement, ahead of the 2027 general elections. He challenged political parties that withdrew from the election to participate in the democratic process and test their popularity among the electorate.
All my expectation of victory for APM, the new party, is a testing ground. This is the first time the party we have brought on board is going for election, and I can see some people are cowards. They have even checked out of the election because they knew they will lose. They are disconnected from the people. They have no campaign. You know, saying we have been following our campaign trails. But once it is an opportunity, if they had listened to me, my advice that they should have gone ahead to test their popularity.
The governor also called on the electorate to have confidence in the electoral process and continue to participate in elections, assuring them that their votes will be counted.
If you sit down at home and think that the federal government will give you latitude and leverage to win an election, President Tinubu is showing people that he is a Democrat. I've seen what happened in Osun. The people voted and their voted counted. And so people should know that there is no any person that is going to install them. There is no monarchy and no this is a democratic governance.
Also speaking, the chairperson of the Bauchi State Independent Electoral Commission, Jumai Abubakar, described the election as a heat-free exercise. She attributed the smooth conduct of the election to the commission's early preparations. Suleiman Issa, AIT News Bauchi.
Okay, you just heard from Suleiman Issa. Let's now bring him virtually to also give us more updates on what's happening in Bauchi State. Suleiman, welcome to Nigeria Today. Okay, Suleiman, if you can hear me, the governor has said that some of the contestants withdrew, and in court, he said that because they're cowards. Have you been able to get in touch with those who withdrew from this election and find out why they did what they did? Okay, since we cannot connect to Suleiman at this time, I have to move on to other reports. Let's go to Niger State. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, Chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria (CAN) and Catholic Bishop of Kontagora Diocese in Niger State have warned Nigerians and Christians that silence will not be golden when electing a listening leader. He stated this in Mina, and he added that to guard against this, Nigerians and Christians of voting age should obtain their permanent voter cards and participate actively in politics.
It's not that we are fighting, we had
the call by the clergyman comes in response to the recent protests in some quarters by some Christian communities alleging marginalization. The CAN chairman, Bishop Ulrus Joanna, expressed concern over what he described as disparities in political appointments and selections, saying Christians and Nigerians must wake up and become part of the political process.
One thing I know, of course, that is sure, INEC does not count on your prayers, but will count only your votes. Prayer is good, but voting during elections backed with prayers is better.
This view was also shared by its 7-year-old elder statesman and retired civil servant Peterson Kaura, who served as the former chairman of the Niger State Local Government Service Commission, urging Christian youths to reject the notion that politics is inherently dirty.
The truth remains that so long as we do not care about politics, we should be ready to continue with what we are experiencing. And I hope that everyone who is of age has gotten their PVCs.
Their politics is dirty. It is not. Come in and put it to be right as you want to have it. If you go into politics as Christians, I expect that you go in with the virtues of Christianity. What are those virtues? Honesty, sincerity, transparency, and the utmost willingness to serve the people.
Both Bishop Joanna and Elder Kawa also used the medium to urge political leaders at all levels to govern for the benefit of all citizens, irrespective of who voted for them. Zachary Omale, AIT News, Mina.
Okay, let's stay in Mina and let's join our correspondent now, Zachary Omale. Zachary, good day to you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Zachary, if you can hear me, do you think the residents of Niger State and Mina in particular, where Bishop Bulus Yohana spoke, do you think the residents are ready to match what he has said residents should do in terms of coming out to vote in 2037 and electing a leader that will listen?
Yes, exactly. From what the two leaders have already said, especially the bishop and the other statesman, it emanated from the fact that there were calls after the primaries that was held in the state, where most of the Christian aspirants who came out to vie for positions were not able to get because of the zoning formula and some arrangements that were done. Now, followed with that, there were calls for the governor and his cabinet to ensure that when constituting the next cabinet, they should bring more Christians on board and bring more youths on board so that they can be able to balance whatever has happened. Part of it were the calls from Concerned Christian Elders Forum, Christian youth in politics, and some women too who came out to also share their views upon what has happened. Now, the call by the CAN chairman was that, look, it is now time for everybody to go back to the drawing board. It is not time for anybody to come outside and start complaining. First, add the PVC. Then you can be able to talk whenever the time comes for you to talk. But if you don't participate in politics, if you don't participate in the electoral processes, there is no need for you to complain. Likewise, the other statement, Peter Sinkawati, is 87 years old. I also learned young boys too that, yes, many people still want to participate in politics because they say politics is a dirty game. And they say, look, come in. Politics, you say it is dirty. Come in and wash it, make it clean. With the various verses that you have to. Lead with passion, lead with empathy, lead with listening ears. And once can you do that is when you participate actively in politics. Vote for so that you can come in and change the team.
Zachary, I want to find out something. Now, in Niger State, for instance, is there a chance that, did you by any chance ask Bishop Bulus what his intervention has been before in trying to, convince Christians in Niger State to participate in politics before now?
Yes, the body language of the government itself is, according to the Christians, because whenever they invite him to activities in churches, he attends, he participates with them. But when it comes to appointments, they are saying that they are being marginalized, that they even constitute 45% of the entire population of Niger State. Now, if you go to some local government areas, you will find Christians there. Even in Mina main town, you find virtually every corner that they are Christians. They are now saying that they are tired of this. They are trying to align with us, but no, give us position so that we can know that yes, we are fully with us and we are carrying us along. And that is what they are calling for. That they are not fighting the government. They are not saying anything, but they want to be part of the government. And how can they be part of the government? It's only when they come out and exercise their right and vote and be voted for.
Okay, Zachary, in Niger State, like a few other states in Nigeria, there's issue of insecurity. What is the government doing ahead of a major election coming up so that people will not be scared of going to polling units?
I think that the security agencies are on top of their games now. I can see because recently there are some battalions of soldiers who came in the town and they've been deployed to some of these local government areas where they are having this issue of security, like Masedu and the rest. The new commander of the 31 Artillery Brigade has already given his words that it's not going to be business as usual. Even the commissioner of police in Niger State, President of City, Adamu Lema, has been saying that it is now time for us to come together, let all the state agencies, even the citizens of the state, come together, give federal information whenever there is any threat perceived, that they will come out and act before the threat even materialize. So, to be fair to the state agencies, yes, they are trying their best to ensure that ahead of the 2027 election, so many black spots are being smoked so that all these criminal elements will not have that face. This has to go down with what the Commissioner of Police said, especially around 2 weeks ago when he paraded almost 200 and something suspects with different assorted items and AK-47, AK-49 and all of them. And he now said, now we are doing this, we are getting them out now before the election. Also, a quick one. During that parade, there was a man who was caught printing fake ballots, fake PVCs, that he has already made millions of naira from unsuspecting residents. It means we're also able to get that man arrested and he's also been charged. So all this culminating to what we are expected to see in 2027 as we proceed to the election year.
Zachary Omale, AIT's Niger State correspondent. Thank you very much indeed for joining Nigeria today.
You're still watching Nigeria Today. We shall go on a short break. When we come back, there'll be more. Please stay with us.
Stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT, on air, online.
And 5 people have been confirmed dead after a boat capsized on the Kudu River near Shabrawoshi village in Kacha local government area of Niger State. The incident occurred on Saturday, August the 15th. The Niger State Emergency Management Agency said the details of the incident still remain sketchy as they have yet to receive detailed information. The agency said that though it is not privy to all the details, it can confirm that the deceased were all males. Meanwhile, the Niger State Police Command in a statement said that all the bodies of the deceased have been recovered and buried according to Islamic rites.
To Cross River State now, where the Elders Advisory Council has held its inaugural meeting 8 months after it was constituted. Members adopted a framework that gives them a wider role in advising government, monitoring public interventions, and safeguarding the state's interests. At the meeting in Calabar, the elder statesmen said their experience must translate into more than counsel from the sidelines as they took on responsibilities.
Created by Governor Basio II and inaugurated on December 11, 2025, the Elders Advisory Council is chaired by former Governor Clement Ebrey and brings together elder statesmen, former political office holders, and respected leaders from the state 3 senatorial districts. The council is expected to draw on their collective experience and institutional memory to provide informed counsel on issues affecting governance and development. At the inaugural meeting, members adopted their terms of reference, setting out 6 broad areas of responsibility. Beyond advising the government and the State Executive Council on policy and development, the council will monitor government interventions and projects down to the level of ordinary citizens, providing feedback on whether policies are delivering the desired results. For Ayoipo, chairman of the Cross River State Consultative Forum, under whose broader platform the Elders Advisory Council operates, the responsibility also includes preserving continuity in governance and ensuring that viable projects are not discarded simply because administrations change.
It is a Cross River initiative aimed at interrogating our past, properly situating the present, and charting the progressive course for the future of Cross River State.
Beyond its advisory role, the council has also given itself a mandate to advocate for Cross River issues affecting its collective interests, including resource allocation, boundary matters, all producing status, and regional restructuring. Inemisat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
Okay, let's stay in Calabar now and join our colleague Inemisat Ifiok. Inemisat Ifiok, let's talk about this Elder Council's meeting that happened. Inemisat, are you there?
Are you there? I'm here.
Okay, great. I can hear you. So this meeting, is it by any chance related to the 2027 election?
Well, Governor Basio II inaugurated this council, that was last year, December 11th, 2025. And the meeting that was held was its first meeting. So this wasn't about 2027 election, but to hold its inaugural meeting and set out its objectives, that meets with other members and talk about what exactly they'll be doing. So during the meeting, all the council needs to be doing was laid out, and they understood themselves, and their work has officially begun.
Their role is, as it is, just an advisory role. They clearly don't have, a portfolio in government. Now, people are worried, especially citizens of Cross River State are concerned that if it's just an advisory role they're going to be playing, will the government really take them seriously on matters that affect the state?
Governor Basio II's administration, his mantra is people first. So before he came up with this idea of constituting the Elders Advisory Council and inaugurating it, it's not only about advising the government. There are other roles that this Advisory Council has. Number one, it serves as a feedback mechanism between the government and the people. So it takes government policies back to the people at the grassroots, describe or explain these policies so that the people at the grassroots can understand, and then bring the problems of these people at the grassroots back to the government. Also, it helps determine the impact created by government's policies, government initiatives, government programs, government projects. So when the government says it has, established maybe an industry in one of the senatorial districts, maybe a cocoa producing factory. So this advisory council goes to the senatorial district, see how this impacts, on the lives of the people, and ask if more can be done. So it serves as a consensus building block. Now, we have different individuals that are from Cross River State serving in different positions either at the federal or the state level. And these people all have their opinions and they all have their experiences. So instead of sitting in the different quarters and, just dishing out their opinions in, maybe national dailies and the rest, the government says, okay, let's come together, sit as a body, a well-structured body, and this again will serve as a way of eliminating friction between the different quarters because everybody is being carried along. We have individuals from the 3 senatorial districts. So this district, it has this problem, outlined and it's been represented fully. So that's it.
And said, I would like to revisit the first question I asked you. I want to know this advisory council. I would like to know the sort of people, members, the elders that are in this advisory council, and what role do they have any role to play in terms of electioneering in Cross River?
Okay, so in the advisory council, we have former governors, we have former senators, we have former members of the House of Representatives, people who are well, placed, different former diplomats and the rest. So they are all brought in from the 3 senatorial districts. When you talk about political role to play, yes, they can go back to their people to say, this is what government has done, this is what government is expected to do, and this is what we ought to ask the government to do. So if they are sensitizing their people, telling them what's best to do, enlightening them, it's one way of saying, okay, yes, it has one role to play politically, but it's not influencing people's ideas or opinions or choices when it comes to voting.
AIT's correspondent Ifyok in Calabar. Thank you very much indeed for joining Nigeria Today. Still in Calabar, 18 national health fellows who will monitor primary healthcare programs, gather field data, and provide independent feedback on implementation have graduated from a training program in Cross River State. Their graduation forms part of the federal government's efforts to strengthen accountability and service delivery in the state.
For health policy to make a difference, its impact must ultimately be seen beyond government offices, at the primary healthcare centers, and in the communities where people seek care. That is the space the National Health Fellows are being positioned to help monitor.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for yourself again.
In Cross River State, 18 young professionals have completed Cohort 1 of the federal government fellowship following months of training and mentorship on health monitoring, data collection, reporting, and community engagement. The State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Henry Ayuk, says the value of the fellows lies in the ability to take the monitoring process closer to where healthcare services are delivered.
This is another approach that has been designed by the government to reach out and identify and create and assess that.
Other health officials say the experience is expected not only to strengthen grassroots monitoring and the quality of information available to the government, but also to equip young professionals.
It's supposed to be great, to be innovative, to add value to the healthcare system, even at the local government level. In South Africa, we have started, and those who have said they have already made the achievement, and we are very proud of you for what you have done.
The health fellows are impacting there, carrying out advocacy visits, engaging the stakeholders, identifying gaps, and equally reporting on time the gaps that they have already identified in the field. So basically, they are strengthening the health system.
The program is also designed to develop young professionals as future health sector leaders with practical experience in data, monitoring, advocacy, leadership, and community engagement. In Emersat Ifyok, AIT News, Calabar.
The Pioneer General Officer commanding the newly established 10th Division of the Nigerian Army in Taraba State has arrived Jalingo in preparation for the takeoff of the operations by the division. The GOC was received by the State Governor Abu Kaifas, who assured that all necessary support for the smooth takeoff of the new division have been put in place by the state government.
The newly established 10th Division of the Nigerian Army in Taraba State is expected to commence operations in about 1 week time, and the Pioneer General Officer commanding the division, Major General Chinedu Nnebefe, has reported to the state and preparations for that. Major General Nnebefe was received by the Secretary to the Government of Taraba State, SGS Gibbon Kataps, on behalf of the State Governor Abu Kefes. He expressed delight with the establishment of the Army Division by Nigeria's President and its immediate takeoff, which is a major boost to security and peace in the state. The SGS also led a tour to the temporary barracks accommodation for the new Army Division, pending the completion of project at the permanent barracks site.
When the head is already in a location, that means that he has triggered the movement and the occupation of the 10th Div himself. So we are delighted that without much ado, he is in Taraba now, and he has come to stay.
With the number of men that are going to be deployed here, with the equipment that the Chief of Army Staff has already assigned for this 10th Division, I want to assure the indigenous that there will be much more security in the state.
Major General Nnebefe commended the level of preparations by the Taraba State Government to support the immediate takeoff of operations by the 10th Division, and also disclosed that the Army formation will begin operating in few days. The establishment of the 10th Division has been applauded by residents, whom are optimistic that it will end pockets of security challenges in parts of the state.
We declare loudly that we are prepared to work with the new formation in the capacity, in any capacity required. The 10th Division is now a living, breathing reality. This division is a fortress for Taraba and a shield for the entire Northeast.
The newly established 10th Division of the Nigerian Army will be based in the suburbs of Jalingo, and the formation will cover Taraba and Adamawa states. Lamini Chuye, AIT News, Jalingo.
To Kogi State now, where residents of Oworo Estate in Felele community in Lokoja, the state capital, have expressed shock after a self-acclaimed pastor identified as Jacob Irewa saw his wife Berida Irao ablaze following a family dispute. The victim, who sustained serious burns, is currently receiving medical attention while her family is demanding justice.
Okay, before we go to Kogi State, let's now join our correspondent in Taraba, Lamini Chuye. Lamini Chuye, welcome to Nigeria Today. Lamini, if you can hear me, are you there? Okay, let me just go straight to the question. If you can hear me, just give us more insight into what happened. What is expected from the 10th Division that has been established in Taraba State? Okay, it appears that we cannot join Lamini right now, so we may have to take you to Kogi State on that report.
Stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, online.
residents of Oro Estate in Filele Lokoja are still struggling to come to terms with the incident involving Pastor Jacob Erua, who allegedly set his wife on fire after a family disagreement. The couple has been married for about 4 years. Speaking to AIT News, the suspect, who is currently in police custody, said he could not explain what came over him to set his wife on fire.
Before man and God, I see this incident as a trial, as a temptation. But I pray that God will take temptation that will not be against my power out of me. Because even we haven't fought before, I haven't laid my hand on her before. Talk less of setting her on fire.
Residents, religious leaders and members of the victim's family have condemned the incident, calling for a thorough investigation and justice for the victim.
Most respectful, my husband, my worship for me, to promise you so. I remember to the think like 2 times. Then I remember that I was speaking because he told me what I said. So I came out and told him actually I was really here after me. So I felt that when I felt that he brought the letter, and I lit it.
I see the way he destroyed our daughter, and of course it's before the police now. It was really lucky that the vigilante came on time. It would have been lynched, and we went to the law to take his course.
You're supposed to be a keeper of people, whether it's your wife or acquaintance, neighbors, friends here and there. So the situation under which a pastor will go that far to set the wife ablaze, it is very wrong. I want to assume it is under satanic influence, except it is under satanic influence. If not, that person should face the law.
The Kogi State Police Command says the suspect remains in custody and is being interrogated. The command says he will be charged to court for attempted culpable homicide upon completion of the investigation.
He was caught after trying to set his wife ablaze after fetching petrol from his motorcycle and then proceeded to set his wife ablaze. She's currently in the hospital responding to treatment, and once the police has concluded the investigation, he will be charged to court for prosecution for attempted culpable homicide.
The case has also been transferred to the Police Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation and interrogation of the suspects. Tehumba Akaya, AIT News, Lokoja.
All right, joining us now is the Assistant Inspector General, or Assistant Superintendent of Police, rather, Saliu Oyiza Afsat, Public Relations Officer, Kogi State Police Command, to, of course, bring us more up to speed regarding the attempted homicide. Thank you very much, Officer, for joining Nigeria today. Apart from the investigation going on now by your command, what else can you tell us regarding the suspect and the victim that is responding to treatment according to what you said in that report?
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Like I said before,
she answered.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so he was transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department this morning, and investigation are still ongoing currently. After conclusive evidence have been gathered, although most of the evidence gathered is complete, we are still taking statements from some of their neighbors, members of the community, and family members to ascertain more discrete circumstances surrounding the incident. Yeah.
All right.
After we finish the investigation, we will charge to court for an attempted culpable homicide.
Okay. From our reports, I understand that he said to be a pastor. Now, from what you gathered from the neighbors around where they live, is there a chance that you found out that he has been involved in some kind of behavior that looks like this before now?
According to their statements, they've been involved in different forms of disagreements. some attracting attention from neighbors and even members of the community outside their streets, but never to this extent. He claims that she burnt some of his clothes without his permission, and his next line of action was to fetch petrol from his vehicle, like I mentioned before, and then proceeded to set his wife ablaze.
Okay, you are the enforcer of the law, so I would like to hear it from you. Let Nigerians also hear from you. In the event that he is found guilty, right, what is the appropriate, penalty that is, commensurate with this offense?
Okay, it'll be according to, let's say, on the discussion of the courts, according to the discussion of the courts, the range of punishment can be from life imprisonment or certain amount of time imprisonment.
Well, Assistant Superintendent of Police Saliu Oyiza Afsa, the Public Relations Officer of the Kogi State Police Command, many thanks indeed for joining Nigeria today.
You're welcome.
And at this time on Nigeria Today, we shall bring you some sports stories right away. The 2026 Ikogosi Road Race has been scheduled for October 31st, with organizers promising a bigger and better event. The 17.5-kilometer race, endorsed by Ekiti State Governor Biodun Oyebanji, is organized in partnership with the Ikogisi Marathon Initiative. The event is designed to promote youth development, sports tourism, and create opportunities for small and medium-scale businesses across the state. Following the success of the inaugural edition, organizers say this year's race will be upgraded to meet international standards. The route from Ilawe to Ikogosi, one spring, will showcase Ekiti's natural attraction while promoting the state as a destination for sports tourism, adventure, and investment. And stakeholders in Nigerian basketball are calling for greater investment in grassroots development. Saying more opportunities must be created for young people to discover and develop their talents. The call was made in Gombe State at the Coaches Clinic, organized by the Amateur Basketball Academies, with emphasis on strengthening coaching standards and improving player development pathways.
For many Nigerians, basketball is more than a sport. It can be a pathway to education, discipline, employment, and international opportunities. But stakeholders say talent alone is not enough. More courts, more academies, qualified coaches, and regular competitions are needed to give young players an opportunity to grow.
There's a reason why we are doing it.
At the Gombe Coaches Clinic, the team triple threats was used to highlight 3 qualities considered essential to effective coaching: competence, character, and commitment.
Our players want to do more than listening to what we say.
Organizers say coaches must go beyond teaching basketball skills to become mentors, role models, and builders of character.
And that's Nigeria Today. I am Binta Booker for myself and Enemaku Ojochegbe.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for watching.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. And when a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbashi each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be a model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbashi first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
This is Democracy Today, live on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I am TV Tiav. Welcome. Democracy is alive. It is victory for democracy. These are usually the headlines when the opposition defeats a ruling party in an election. And so the story of Saturday's Osun State governorship election has not been different, with the victory and re-election of Governor Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party. From far and wide, online and offline, it has been commendations for the conduct of the Osun State governorship election, including for the Independent National Electoral Commission, that's INEC, and security agencies that are usually at the receiving end of condemnations when things go the other way. The high praises this time are coming from even the United Kingdom, UK, with its High Commission in Nigeria saying it is now optimistic that next year's general election in the country will meet globally accepted standards. But not all was well with Saturday's Osun State governorship election, and this much the British government acknowledged, saying that lapses that were observed must be improved upon before the 2027 general election. The Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room and Yaga Africa are some of the groups drawing attention to the things that must not be forgotten or ignored amid the commendations and victory dance. Meanwhile, workers in Osun State who reportedly played a key role in the outcome of Saturday's election took their turn at work to celebrate this Monday. But they were also telling Governor Adeleke what they expect of him when he takes oath of office for the second term on November 22 this year. So tonight we have in the studio a seasoned public affairs analyst and newspaper columnist Majid Dahiru to review the lessons from Osun State governorship election for INEC, APC, Accord Party, and the opposition generally, the police, the other security agencies, we in the media, election observers, the voters, Nigerians, and perhaps everybody. And in the second part of the program, we shall have the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on digital engagement, strategy, and new media, Otega Oga, for a one-on-one conversation. I will be asking him, why does it seem as if President Tinubu is misunderstood by Nigerians? What will President Tinubu be telling Nigerians from Wednesday, when campaigns officially begin, for the January 16, 2027 presidential election? So you will have this and more after we bring you up to speed with the latest developing stories.
For nearly 3 decades, you trusted us with the story of our nation and beyond. Now, our political program gets a powerful upgrade. Welcome to the all-new Democracy Today Extra. We're shifting the gears of political broadcasting. No scripts, no spin, just the uncompromising truth.
Is there true democracy in political parties in Nigeria?
Adiza, why are we so obsessed with whether governors will use police against their opponents or even the president?
Why?
Get ready. In-depth, no-holds-barred interviews.
Reserve seats, when it eventually comes to stay, is not the destination. How do we safeguard the will of the people?
If a governor wants to intimidate you with the current police that we have, they will intimidate you. They don't need state police to intimidate anybody.
Fearless analysis, unfiltered facts.
Legislature is a forum upon which democracy will work.
We're beaming the ultimate searchlight on political actors, holding power accountable every single weekend. 10 p.m. Nigerian time.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Raypower Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future.
The Situation Room remains concerned about the reports of vote trading and voter inducement during the election. Vote buying represents a direct assault on the principle of free choice and undermines the democratic value of elections. Ishakan local government aligned Bemu 1, Odun Osun Head's office, PU 006. APC party agents reportedly called voters to a corner after voting and ticked their names on a voters list. Ilepedun local government Ward 2 PU 7. Vote buying was reported with suspicion of vote selling as voters reportedly wrote their names with certain party agents after casting their votes.
Ahead of the Osun governorship election, we described the poll as a defining test of electoral preparedness, security neutrality, and public trust. We argued that the readiness of INEC, security agencies, and political parties will be judged by their conduct and performance on election day.
Yeah, and that is what the election observers have been saying after Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. So we are almost set for the conversations. We shall take a little more break now, and then the conversations start right away. Stay with us. You can
us with the story of our nation and beyond. Now, our political program gets a powerful upgrade. Welcome to the all-new Democracy Today Extra. We're shifting the gears of political broadcasting. No scripts, no spin, just the uncompromising truth.
Is there true democracy in political parties in Nigeria?
Adiza, why are we so obsessed with whether governors will use police against their opponents or even the president? Why?
Get ready. In-depth, no-holds-barred interviews.
Reserve seats, when it eventually comes to staying, is not the destination.
How do we safeguard the will of the people? If a governor wants to intimidate you with the current police that we have, they will intimidate you. They don't need state police to intimidate anybody.
Fearless analysis, unfiltered facts.
Legislature is the forum upon which democracy evolved.
We're bringing the ultimate searchlight on political actors, holding power accountable every single weekend. 10 p.m. Nigerian time on Saturdays and Sundays. Bold, analytical, uncompromising. Democracy Today Extra.
Yes, we are set for the discussion, and I have with me Majid Dahiru, a seasoned analyst, newspaper columnist. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I know you watched keenly, closely. Just that you were not in Osun.
No,
but I know that everything about that election from the beginning to the end, you have it. You also had colleagues there whom we were talking with, and engaging all through. We've seen what the UK is saying. We've seen what the election observers are saying. What the people on ground in Osun also said by virtue of the votes that we saw on Saturday. Were there any surprises?
Well, I wouldn't say there were surprises, but I would say that in a sense, due to the amount of forces that were put together against the sitting governor in Osun State, Nuruddin Adeleke, by the ruling party, Federal Might and all that. The only thing that turned out to be, I wouldn't say a surprise, but something that was a pleasant outcome was, at the end of the day, the so-called Federal Might didn't have the kind of effect that normally would have been the case. And so the outcome of the election clearly now reflects the aspirations and the feelings on ground by the Osun State people. And INEC has taken the glory for conducting what looks like a fairly credible election, not without certain challenges around it, but the outcome itself has justified their effort. The president is taking the glory by congratulating the winner, and everything seems to be okay. But in the build up to the election, we had tensions. We had an attempt, for instance, to lock down the finances of the state. Before that, we've had a situation where government finances or funds were kind of diverted to some other places outside of the jurisdiction of the joint account of the state. We saw a number of governors tripping into this. It was as if for the APC, this was a do-or-die affair, in a sense. We saw violence in the period of the election. But at the end of the day, the people's wish is actually prevailed, and it's a welcome development.
Indeed, welcome development. When they say, okay, people should turn out to vote, because that was the fear some of us entertained in the build-up to the election, so that we're even scared of discussing the violence and all of that. We felt that if we kept